Okay, we're calling to order at 2:04 PM. Georgetown Public Utility District, Board of Directors meeting. Roll call.
Absolutely. All right, Director McDonald,
Here.
Director Thornborough,
Here.
Treasurer Stovall,
Here.
Vice President Saunders,
Here.
and President Seaman.
Thank you. Mitch McDonald, Director McDonald, would you please, do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure.
I did it backwards.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, because of the situation that happened to us, a week or so ago, I'm gonna read the following. As a courtesy and technology permitting, the public may also choose to observe and participate via video conference. In the event of a disruption to Zoom for any reason, Zoom may be disabled, and remote participation may be suspended or eliminated without notice. Remote participants are encouraged to attend in person rather than via Zoom to ensure their opportunity to participate in the meeting. Zoom is a courtesy to the public, but the district cannot guarantee against any interruption or disruption of the meeting to Zoom participants. And it came about because we got Zoom bombed at our last finance committee meeting, and thankfully our executive assistant
Did awesome.
got rid of them quick. Okay, the adoption of the agenda. You're up, Nick.
Yeah, Madam President, at this time, we do have a couple of in-person presentations. We'd like to move in between sections 4 of the consent calendar and 5, the office manager report. It would be items 8B and 8C. So leakage consideration for an Adrian poll and the agreement with Site Logic. If that's okay with the rest of the board, we would like to have those changes made now.
Are there any public comments on the agenda?
Yeah.
To read?
On how to submit a written public comment.
You can do that under the general public comment time. Right now, this item is just for adoption of the agenda.
But it's about the agenda.
Adoption of the agenda is just adoption of the items. If you want to make comments about the public comment, we can do that during the general public comment time.
Thank you. Okay, there are no public comments. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Make a motion. With the changes? Changes.
Are there any changes to the agenda? He already made that. That's the adoption of the agenda with changes.
Oh, okay.
That's what his motion is.
Oh, all right. I didn't hear that part. Sorry, second.
Did we get a first? Okay.
We do. Okay, the motion was by Director McDonald, seconded by Director Saunders. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Ed? Please note the guidelines for the public forum as they appear on the meeting agenda. As a reminder, under the Brown Act, the public must address all their public comments to the board, not to staff or other members of the public. Due to the Brown Act limitations, the board is not able to discuss or take action on items not on the agenda. Public forum is now open. Sure.
I guess this is where I ask the question. How to submit a written public comment has been inserted and I've never seen it discussed at the meeting. If it looks like a change.
It's a legal change to make sure that we're getting any written comments into the board, so the board can review them prior to the meeting.
So, and it says should, doesn't say must.
That's a more legal question. I'll let Frank
Yes.
handle that one.
Says should submit by X time, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can change it to say must or shall. But the point of it is for it to be public comment, it has to be considered by the board. And so if there is comment that is late arriving and at, let's say, 2 PM or 1 PM the day of, it may not be able to get before the board and it won't be considered as public comment as part of the record. So that's why this ensures public comment that's written is sent before a certain time.
Okay, so if I want to do, not the general, but if I want to do a written comment on an agenda item during the meeting, I'm not allowed to do that anymore?
No, you can provide there's 3 ways to provide public comment. In person,
Right,
remotely, provided it's not disabled for
correct.
said bombing reasons, or written public comment. If you want to provide written public comment, you just have to submit it by, is it noon? Is that the time we said? Is it the
Okay.
day before or the day of?
Day of.
Noon, the day of the meeting.
Okay, but that's for item number
That's
three.
for any item. That's written public comment.
Okay, so if I have something that comes up and,
You could actually submit general public comment written as well, just like you can do general
Right,
public comment.
but I mean, during the meeting, sometimes I want to make a written public comment. Because
That-
my
That
verbal comment is never put in the meeting minutes.
you cannot provide written public comment during the meeting. Because there's no process for ensuring that gets before the board. Now, if you want to hand the board members documents
Right,
during the meeting, you can do that, and those will probably be part of the meeting record. They have to be posted, they have to be made available for the public after the meeting,
right.
but that's not gonna be considered public comment. It's just documents that were submitted to the board.
Okay, so a written public comment made by the noon time will be made part of the meeting record and the minutes?
It'll be reflected in the minutes that they received written public comment. Yes. It'll be reflected in the minutes.
Will the actual public comment be part of the minutes? Because where is it gonna ever show up for the public to see it?
It'll be written public comment that's submitted by the public before the board meeting is it gonna be attached to the packet after the meeting's published?
No, we just have it available
It was-
upon request.
Yeah, it should be available for the public.
So then someone's gonna need to write in the minutes,
They'll see-
written public comment.
Yeah,
Fine.
they'll be able to see, I'd like to see the written public comment by so and so.
Okay, doesn't seem to be too transparent, but.
Mr. Pro,
Yes, on the same thing that we're speaking of, that, you say it's gonna be a public comment and you discuss it for the, board discusses it. It ends up that all we have in the agenda is a notation that such and such spoke. It gives no direction as to what they said, when they said it, where they said it, or where they could receive a copy of it to review for their own thing. And the question raises in my mind, is this comment or these comments available in case there's a legal challenge of any sort? Go ahead, I'm done.
thank you, Mr. Pro.
Are you going to respond?
Like me to respond?
Go ahead.
We record all the meetings and we have an online record as well as a Zoom recorded record. So any of those are attainable either on the internet at your leisure, or if you'd like to
YouTube.
through YouTube, yes, or if you would like to receive through like an MP4 format or whatever, you can request from us directly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pro. Director Thornborough,
I think that what you sense work is, and I understand what Steve's saying. And I understand what Shree's saying, I kind of agree with both of them. I think the minutes of the meeting need to reflect that this person, something along the lines of this person submitted a written comment. You can see it, view it here, or there needs to be some kind of reference in the minutes that says, this person raised this issue and submitted a written comment. There's gotta be something in the minutes that tells people that this written comment exists and where it is.
Yeah, so that's exactly what we're doing. 100% what we're doing is what you just said.
Perfect.
But not the subject.
It will absolutely include a general, we do action only minutes, so we don't include like all the discussion items. That's why we have a video record. So if there's a video record of it, you can review the video record of it as opposed to having a lengthy written down minutes. That's the board has actually discussed action only minutes. And that's what we've decided to do so that the minutes in the packet are not onerous and you can review a video.
Is your hand still up, Mr. Pro?
It is. The general manager did not address the issue as to whether the legality of the comments being made.
I'm not sure what I missed.
Well, you made a statement that the board supposedly made some sort of a decision on how the minutes are to be reported, if I understood you correctly. I would like to have the whatever document they may have voted on to make it a part of the legal public record request act of GDPUD. In other words, as I understand it, the board and staff at some time made a decision to make a procedure as to how the minutes were to be recorded in the minutes packet. When we receive, as we did this time, some 6 months of board minutes included in this agenda, it's virtually impossible and burdensome and has a chilling effect on the public's input and process of the facts that have occurred during the previous, I presume, 6 months or so of minutes. This isn't the way the Brown Act is supposed to be working. If you have it readily available, you continue to bring up this thing of, well, we're trying to make the agenda smaller and we're trying to make the agenda smaller, but you're coming up with 500, 600-page documents that include a whole of the project included in it. It sounds like the staff or whoever's making up these agendas is speaking out of both sides of their mouth. The public goes online to read the agenda item. Then they read the comments from the board and the decisions by the board. And then it says that the public have made comments on it or someone else. Those comments should be notated as it was before. I don't know when you guys have changed this or when the board or staff changed it. This puts a chilling effect and burdensome in making the public have to go online and read through 6 months of agendized minutes as in this agenda. It's just chilling. The board staff, they need to make some changes so that every month there should be a report as to what happened at the previous board meeting and comments made by the public, so that when you're reading it through, so there's continuity, that you can read it and say, oh, well, such and such made comments on this, and this is what they said on it. That's all we're asking. Please provide that document.
Thank you, Mr. Pro.
It is.
Are there any other comments?
Oh, that's the time.
It's the get off the stage, it's your hook.
Okay, now we're moving on to the consent calendar. Are there any board members who wish to pull any of the items for further discussion?
And just to note, Madam President, it's not 6 months of records. It's still from December, January, and February. We did have multiple meetings during those timeframes. And due to the sensitive and long discussions we had, we wanted to make sure we were encapsulating all of the information within the minutes, so.
I have a comment out here. You guys, they want to pull anything?
I sent an email.
She had one,
I haven't got that far yet.
Oh,
You're first. Hello?
yeah, I
Okay.
received an email from her saying she wanted to pull, and if I understand the procedure correctly, the public can email the director. So that's why I'm saying it now, because I got an email from her, she wanted an item pulled.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the public now
You, the
for
public,
that same information.
so the public doesn't get, well, I'll just let, you wanna answer that on pulling something from consent?
Yeah, the board pulls stuff from consent, the board can take feedback from the public and get requests. And then make that request, but technically the request comes from the board. So for
Okay,
this item, you ask the right question, does the board wanna pull anything?
and I got no answer.
I'm not
And
sure.
now
if you-
you're saying,
I think it's four A, is that right? A member of the public requested four A be pulled.
those are the minutes of the meeting, all the meetings.
Big part.
That's the minutes of all the meetings.
Is there a specific
I think
meeting we'd
you
like
should
to
ask-
discuss, or is
yeah, the December 12th, rate spending meeting.
should we pull just one?
Just let her pull for it and she can discuss what she wants.
So we're pulling floor A, December 12th, regular meeting.
Yes,
only.
make sure there's no public comment as to the rest of the consent calendar.
Are there any public comments on this calendar item?
Seeing none.
I hear none. Can I get a motion to accept the calendar with the amendment?
I make that motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So we have, consent calendar for A, the December 12th regular meeting. Board members discussion.
I have nothing to discuss about, I defer to the member of the public that made the request.
Okay,
Now you can open public comment.
public comment.
Okay, my public comment for that meeting that I sent at 3:28, and that was before these new instructions, is not included in the meeting packet. And I would like it put to, added to the meeting minutes.
Do you have the public comment?
I sent it to the executive assistant and it's not showing up and it's regarding a Brown Act violation, basically. About how the agenda, and I brought it up to the attorney at the time at the meeting, that the agenda was changed and it was before the, or after the 72 hours.
Okay,
So I just would like it added to the meeting minutes and I will email it all to you guys too.
all right.
So you have a copy of it, so. Cause I submitted it. The way I used to do it too.
Okay, thank you. I find it difficult to be able to track where we all get the information prior to the meetings.
In public comment, regardless of the reason why that your board clerk put a policy in like we have, are doing today, is because we want to make clear that it's actually meant to be in the spirit of transparency and clarity.
Right.
Because if the item doesn't, because it's written and it's sent to a third party and then i.e. Liz or somebody else then has to get conveyed to, and we had 2 meetings that day, because I recall, it may not have made it to the board for board consideration under public comment, and just because it was written. And so if it doesn't come before the board for review, it's not technically public comment. Just because you send it to the board and you hope it's public comment, if there's no procedure for facilitating that, there's no guarantee it'll be considered by the board for public comment. So I think that public comment is registered today orally as public comment, that document could be provided in advance of the next board meeting as public comment. But, members of the public don't get a unilateral right to say that they send documents in, and due to the press of business, staff's not able to actually get it before the board. and put it on your chair before the meeting, so we can ensure that you're gonna review it, that it's still public comment. Public comment's only public comment if it actually gets before you, before your desk. So I don't think there was anything ill intended. I just think in the press of business, there were 2 meetings that day. We had an earlier one and then a later one, 3:30, probably just didn't get before you on the dais. So
It is labeled public comment, and I did a verbal public comment about the whole issue. So it wasn't like I didn't make a public comment.
I'm not saying what you didn't intend to make public comment. I'm just saying it has to get before the board and print it out so we know that they've considered it and it's public comment.
Okay, how about the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors? When they get public comment, it goes into their meeting packet, and anybody can go into that day's meeting packet and see the written comments.
Those comments are made prior to the meeting.
Well, even the ones prior, you don't make them available prior to the meeting on the,
If you submitted your comment prior to the meeting, that's what we're trying to say is we absolutely will include it.
on the meeting page. When you go into to look at the Board of Supervisors, they have all the written public comments there as exhibits.
I don't think we can get in a discussion on the
Okay.
policy of public comment. If we can discuss the minutes. The point about the discussion about the minutes was made that this should have been part of the public comment. If the board wants to have a public discussion about the policy of public comment and minutes, we can do that, but that's
Well,
not,
I'm
that's not been
requesting
agendized.
that the board has, because I have other issues on the net when we get down to the other ones.
Thank you. Mr. Pro? This is only for the December 12th regular meeting issue. Mr. Pro?
I forgot to take his hand there.
Your board manager, whoever's handling a microphone, keeps cutting off my microphone. So I've got to search around on my website to find out exactly where I am in regards to the meeting, because you keep turning me off. And I don't want to hear anything about this has interference with this and that and the other thing, because I've had my microphone on for 40 minutes and never had any interference or any complaints whatsoever. It's whatever the staff wants you to hear is what they tell you, and you calmly.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes,
Pro,
hi.
can we get back to the December 12th meeting minutes? That's what is
Yeah.
open, so please make your comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. When I arrived for the meeting on December 12th for the rate increase, I had intentions upon speaking at the public comment meeting in the afternoon. When I came to the afternoon to the meeting spot in Cool, and all of the board, including staff's council, was in attendance. And they noticed who I was. They noticed that I was there. They didn't make any notice as to me saying that, oh, by the way, we did this, 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 and this. And it lands up that I was denied my opportunity to give comments in regards to duplicate agendas being sent out as to the meeting place for the Cool meeting for the rate agenda. I wanted to bring up our issues that relate to when the district is going to have the meeting and where the district is going to have the meeting and what time. And when you, as the board, apparently
Nothing to do with the minutes.
go out and speak to changing the minutes from the afternoon and disregard the nighttime meeting, that's not allowed under the Brown Act. I was denied to have my right to have speaking time before you. And as a disabled person, I was denied that accessibility because of my disabilities.
Okay,
And
thank
what-
you, Mr. Pro.
Why are you cutting me off?
Because we are discussing the minutes only, and we are not discussing other parameters of where you're going. So,
This was this is directly in regards to the December 12th meeting. I'm giving you my input into it. You were there. You saw me walk into the building. You saw your staff come over to me and recognize me. And no one made anything known to me. And you're saying it doesn't count? Just say, no, it doesn't count, Mr. Pro. Well, what we do is what we do, and it doesn't matter what the law says.
Thank you, Mr. Pearl. Any more public comment? Okay, could I have, a motion to accept the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, item 8B. Because we're moving,
Right on.
pardon me?
Right along.
You guys are saying.
Right along.
Moving right along.
Anyway, 8B, so we're consider customer leakage consideration request.
Yes. Madam President, thank you so much for the change. We do have customer X, as was stated in the agenda packet. Her name is Adrian Hall. She had requested a leakage consideration. We have a policy 2170, which you can request a one-time grace for a leakage consideration within a 3-year time period. Ms. Hall submitted an additional leakage consideration within that 3-year time period. And we did notice that she had a leak. It was definitely something that was, I would say, not a normal situation, not caused by her. And she is requesting a second and additional leakage consideration within the 3-year time frame for the amount of $486.28. We have done this in the past and we have met with another customer, and the board direction was to grant that customer an additional leakage consideration within the 3-year time period. So if it pleasures the board, I'd like to invite Ms. Hull up here to plead her case, and if she'd like to, and she'd like to say anything up on the matter. She did submit an email, or we did submit an email to her telling her that this was a option for her to come in and meet with you all.
I think you pretty well stated my case. So I don't really have anything else to add to that. Other than, I guess, maybe the bill was quite large. The amount you listed, are you saying that was the consideration amount, or because I have a subsequent bill after that time and it sounds like that might be the amount?
So your total bill was, sorry, we can't read small writing anymore. I'm getting old. Your total bill was $910.09.
Right.
We provide a 40%, or sorry, is it 60? It's 60% leakage consideration on that, which would amount to $486.28 of credit to your account.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything to add. So.
Are you looking at him for a reason?
No, I'm not. So I.
Director Stovall, do you have any comment?
Yeah,
What
am I correct in reading this is that within that 3-year period, she missed that 3-year period by 9 months, so the original one was over 2 years ago.
Correct.
So I see, 9 months within 3 years is totally reasonable.
Director Thornborough.
You stated that we discovered the leak.
No, she discovered the leak. She had it fixed by a plumber, by a professional plumber, and then she submitted for the leakage. When in our records, we determined that she had already had one within the 3-year time period. So per the policy, I had to deny her. And the option in the policy is to then bring it to the board for board consideration.
Okay, so you got a couple of different amounts in there, and I don't remember what it said in here. What amount of money is she looking for to get from us?
Yeah, she would get a credit to her bill in the amount of $486.28.
Well, what about the 900 and some?
Yeah, so that's her, so when we do it, you see a form in there and it kind of looks like a landscaped form. So that's our calculation page, and we look at how much the difference was between the two bills from 1 year prior and then this year.
Yeah.
And we determine if there is a change, and there's a little bit of a way we calculate the formula. So her total bill, if it is higher, then we give the 60% off.
Okay, well, what about, like she brought up, is the lapse between, you know, the leakage, this part of the leakage happened under this bill part and this one under this billing cycle. Is that, is it all within one billing cycle?
Yeah, unfortunately, the way the policy is written is it's one billing cycle. You can only request the consideration. We have offered certain caveats if it's in between two billing cycles, but it's not a credit for the whole billing cycle at that point. We can adjust based on when the leak happened. But because of the way the policy is written, this is the way we do the leakage considerations.
Okay, and that's well and good, but in this particular case, was there a leakage going on? Was this leakage continuing into the next billing cycle?
And I unfortunately, I'd had to do some research
I don't know.
on we could.
It happened in the, December to January bill, so it happened in one bill cycle.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I move we grant the,
Is there any other comments?
Is there a public comment?
Well, are there any more director comments? Are there any public comments? Jesus, you guys.
So, you're kind of making a precedent doing this. You have roles. But one suggestion I would have is to start reading meters more. Are we still only doing them like once a month? So you can catch these earlier?
once a month.
I mean, you have a device that goes around, right? Can that be put in various trucks? Just so when they're driving around, that they're catching some people's, it might help.
Go ahead.
You know, only because the
No.
pipes are getting
Yeah.
old. The
Yeah.
pipes are old. Mine are about
He's gonna answer your
1976.
question.
Yeah, so each device would, for that kind of setup, is, $15,000-$20,000 per
Oh,
truck.
it
And
is,
then, it's not just the physical reading, there's background work between our billing software, and the reading software. So it's not, it seems like it should be that straightforward, but like we talk about later, we're going towards AMI, so
Right.
that would be that
That would be
ultimate
good.
solution, yeah, and we're working towards that.
Thank you, is that it? Thank you. Are there any more public comments? Do you have something to add, Nick?
I'll wait for you to finish public comments because I'll add it at the end.
I see no more public comments.
I just want to address the precedent setting. This precedence was set in 2023, in the early parts of 2023.
Right.
So this isn't the first time that we've come to the board for this type of consideration.
Are there any more comments from the board? Director,
I would like to add that there is no precedent. The precedent is that if you want to appeal the denial, then you come before the board. And so whenever we grant them on a case by case situation, which is exactly what we're doing. So this doesn't differ from policy and it doesn't set a new precedent.
Director Conders?
Yeah, and I was saying, when it's on the customer side, the customer is responsible to find the leak, not us usually, and that's the reason we want everybody to sign up to WaterSmart, because WaterSmart will start texting you and letting you know, so that's one of the things we keep pushing, so a lot of people find out that they have a leak from the WaterSmart, so.
I think it's once a month.
No, it comes earlier.
That's,
Go ahead.
and it wasn't due to negligence, it was, so this is justifiable in my eyes, so. Did you make a motion?
Yeah, well, I'll make it again at the proper time.
Could I get a motion on this of the board's pleasure?
I make a motion that we grant the request.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Whew. All right, we're up to 8C.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This item is to consider an authorization for a facility solution project feasibility study and a letter of agreement with a company called SiteLogic. SiteLogic has done some preliminary analysis of a couple of our facilities and has determined that we are potentially a candidate for a solar project. This letter of agreement would allow them to begin working on that solar project in more earnest, developing some costs, developing not quite to like CEQA documents yet, but I think we're gonna start working on PG&E approvals and just generally making sure that we're a final candidate before any projects are approved. So all we're approving today is some planning work, some site visits, some work that they're going to come in and further address some of our concerns and some of the things that we want to have. We will come back to the board at that time once they have a determination of what this will cost and what we can potentially build for a solar project at a later time. We do have several representatives from SiteLogic here today, so I'd like to have them allow them to speak. And then right before I do that, I just want, in case it does come up, there is a code section. We are sole sourcing this based on government code section 4217.10. This company and another company did present to us at a previous board meeting. The termination staff recommendation is to utilize this company based on their being a local company, having local people that live in their community, and by using American products. And this government code section allows any kind of renewable energy project to be done under this sole source provision. So we don't have to send this out for multiple bids and receive, utilized low bidder type projects. And then if there's any questions on that, I'll turn that over to Frank and one of his additional attorneys when we worked on that together. So I'd like to turn it over to Jessica and her team and to kind of finish my presentation where I left off.
Well, I think Nick really summed it up well. We've actually been in contact and conversation with a lot of your staff for quite some time now. So I think most of you might remember when we had our company and then the other company kind of presenting some preliminary, high level projects at 3 of your sites. We're still at that level, although we've done quite a bit more work since then. The whole reason that we're here is because we've identified that there is need here at this district for renewable energy to get you off of PG&E as much as possible and generating your own power. So there's a significant cost savings. I will just say this, a little bit of background on SiteLogic. We are a wholly American owned company. We're very proud of that. Our corporate office in California is just down the hill in Sacramento, but we do have staff that live here, your neighbors. Taylor's just down the way in Grass Valley. Unfortunately, I think I'm the farthest away. I'm in the Central Valley. So, but we're humbled and we're very grateful to have the opportunity to work with you guys. So we're here to answer any questions that you might have. And we look forward to coming back and presenting phases of projects for you to consider. Your input is very important. So thank you.
And one more thing to note, at this time, there is no cost associated with this. The letter does state that if we decide not to do any of the projects within an 18-month time period, it's a 1 year plus a 6-month bonus period. We would then be charged $48,000 for the preliminary work that they're providing us. And then even after that time period, if we still go with the SiteLogic folks, that $48,000 would become a credit on our project. So the only charge for this letter of agreement is if we decide to do no solar projects or we do a solar project with a different company.
Any director comments? Director Stovall.
As I recall, currently there's a state regulation stating that fleet vehicles must be purchased. Half of them need to be EV, and I think it's 2027. Now that may change,
Small ones.
but I see this. How would this dovetail into that requirement?
So that's a great question, and your general manager's 2 steps ahead already. So in our preliminary analysis, he has had us already look at EV charging stations, both at this office and other offices. Some in the front for the public, which are actually revenue generators for the district. Others are kind of in the back for when the district is ready to start transitioning some of your vehicles to EV. Now, there may end up being some exemptions, right? Especially for for districts like yours in more rural areas, not as feasible to have some of your larger equipment be all electric, especially when there's snow concerns and weather concerns, that could make it a danger to your employees. But for lighter duty vehicles, yeah, the transition is likely gonna happen. I mean, we're in California, let's face it. I don't think that's going away anytime soon. So as a precursor to that, your GM has asked us to start looking into those EV charging stations at those facilities.
Another question, both at this facility and also the Sweetwater, there's significant land coverage that can be utilized. What's the argument between using the roof versus land coverage?
Well, really, it comes down to preference and it comes down to cost and it comes down to age of the roof that we're considering, right? So, you know, anytime you put a solar panel anywhere, you want it to stay put for at least 25 years if you can, because it's very expensive to pick it up and have to move it. You can damage components and definitely void any warranty on the equipment. So it really depends. If we're looking at a facility that has a brand new roof and that roof is scheduled to, you know, last 30, 40, 50 years, let's throw some solar panels on there, no problem. But if the building's a little bit older or the roof is older and you think you might have to replace it within 25 years, we try to avoid that.
And so that would be included in your study.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mitch,
What's the power generating capacity of these panels? They're,
Each panel that we design around is about 600 watts right now,
yeah, because
but it varies depending on supply and availability.
I know to generate enough current, enough wattage to recharge a vehicle is about the average use of 100 homes. About 100
There's
homes.
different types of chargers
Yeah.
of different sizes. A level 2 charger is around 10 kW to 19.2 is like the maximum. And then there's DC fast chargers, which are much greater. So a lot of that would come down to what your fleet needs are. As far as like how quickly you need to charge a vehicle. If it can be plugged in overnight, you don't need a lot of power all at once. If there's like an immediate need where, you know, I mean, a school bus would be an example where like, oh, we have to run these kids out on a field trip. We only have an hour to charge it. Like we need a DC fast charger. They can go up to 250 kW. I mean, and the power infrastructure requirements for those chargers are very substantial.
Or the amount of vehicles you need times the time you need to charge them. So all of that's gonna be taken into consideration when you do the math and set the
We
system.
would talk to the district about what the future growth of the EV fleet would look like. And then probably come up with a phased approach on how to meet the needs of the district.
Would that be utilizing battery storage in addition to the?
Most
Simultaneously,
likely,
yeah.
depending on what the existing infrastructure is at each facility. I'd say if DC fast chargers are necessary to meet your needs, there would definitely be batteries and or potentially a new service from the utility be required because it's likely that the existing infrastructure can't support that amount of power.
And I don't think we're gonna require the fast charging chargers. We would do the level 2 charging, slower charging. You know, we most of our vehicles, we would not need them on an emergency basis. Again, we're not a school district who needs to have a school bus for kids. Most of our vehicles, you would charge them overnight and that would be sufficient to make it through the day.
Dr. Thornborough,
I really like the whole idea and doing this study and everything. And I really like that you're local and everything is USA made. That's huge for me. However, and with all due respect, because I respect what y'all are trying to do, I think at a board level that this is premature because for years now, we have had on the CIP to do the solar project. And it was with the understanding that, okay, we're gonna stick this on there and we're gonna leave it on there until we can get a grant to cover the cost of all of this. Okay, and so now there's a sudden push. We don't have a grant that I'm aware of to cover the cost of all this. The closest one I've heard of so far is one that we gotta come up with 10 or 20%, and that's when you're looking $4 more million. That makes no sense to me. Because we need to do this where we don't, our CIP cannot take $1 million hit.
Yeah, we're not planning to utilize the CIP money now. We have another revenue source that we've discussed in the past that we are gonna utilize for this.
That was not, hasn't been board approved.
I understand. That's why we're doing preliminary work right now.
Well, my whole point is, yeah, it's $48,000, and yeah, if we go ahead and do something in the next 18 months, which we don't have any idea if we're gonna be able to, you know, I think this is premature. I got no problem going with these guys and letting them do their thing. I just have a problem with the timing of it. I wanna see, you know, we don't even know how much it's gonna cost yet, so I wanna see that. I mean, I think $4 million is thrown around for a while, but
It's less than that.
we need to know what the total cost is gonna be. We need to know that we've got that cost covered
So we
from
won't,
another source.
that's what we won't know what the total cost is until they do this work. That's what they're, this is what
I
they're,
get that, but it's still $48,000.
only if we don't do anything within 18 months. So if we come up with another revenue source, or we come up with a grant in 18 months, then that $48,000 doesn't ever get paid.
I get all that, it gets credited, but if we don't do something in 18 months, then we own $48,000.
Correct, and then we still have the opportunity over the lifetime of us working with them to continue to find the grants or the funding source to pay for this. And we still get the
It
credit.
sounds like cart before the horse to me.
If I may, I would
Please.
love to address that.
Please,
So, you know, I would like to talk about the purpose of the letter of agreement and the intent behind it. So, if you were to hire an architect, say, to give you a design for a building, I mean, they're gonna charge you upfront for that cost, right? We like to take a different approach where it's let us do a lot of legwork, show you that there are projects to be had here. Identify some, you know, potential funding sources for you, and then move into the agreement. But the reason we move into the agreement is so that we know that a potential customer has skin in the game as well. So we're going to invest a significant amount of time and resources to develop a project for you guys to consider. So we just want to make sure that there's skin in the game, that you as a district, your intention is to move forward. If we need to extend the timeline from 18 months to 24 months, et cetera, we're happy to do that. Because the end goal is to be able to work and collaborate with your community, so.
to use your example, I mean, speaking for myself, I'm not gonna hire an architect to build something until I know I have the money to build something. That's my point.
Sure.
So as far as I appreciate you wanting to extend this, if you want to extend it out, I would say find ways and put that in writing as part of this agreement, then I'm okay with that.
So we've already extended the agreement to the 18 months. So typically it's a lot quicker of a turnaround timeline that we like to see. And I hope you don't mind if I sit down because it's hard to sit.
Oh, that's fine.
So we've already extended it to 18 months. I think, you know, at this point, could we go back to the drawing board and put in 24 months? Sure, or you can take our word for it. It's completely up to you, but our reputation is incredibly important for us. So I think the three of us here and Eric on the phone can say, you have our word today, that if we need to extend it, then we absolutely could. I also want to address though, your comment around grants. So we are pretty much grant experts, right? If we can find any funding source that can, you know, make us money faster, we're gonna do it, right? So unfortunately though, there are no significant grants that are available for projects like these. Now we can find bits and pieces like for your EV charging, sure, there's money for that. We've already identified that funding. But for the solar itself, really non-existent. For the battery storage, there might be some self-generation incentive program or S-chip money through the utility that can cover a portion of those. So, you know, we've done extensive research on the grant opportunities and they just don't exist. And unfortunately, the ones that were available before the new administration are definitely not available now. And that's for many, many reasons, right? Good and bad.
And I do want to add, typically when these grants become available, they typically require a pretty quick turnaround. So with our letter agreement, we'll be able to actually assist you with you know, like the self-generation incentive program was one of the grants that we identified that we've had success getting in the past. And if we were to go with that, or let's say the EV fleet grants that are coming out, you know, we would be able to be working with you already and already have the solution identified, so it would help us expedite that process with you.
Taylor brings up a really great point. Most of the time when these grants open, they have a very short window of time to apply. And then it's closed. So to have what we like to call a shovel-ready project, ready to go to submit for a grant when it comes available, is very advantageous for the district. But I can assure the board here that the grants that were coming from federal sources are not coming anymore. And the incentives, I don't want to call them grants from the state, there are some incentives are still hanging around, but they do not cover that solar portion of the project. Some for batteries, definitely for EV, but not the solar portion.
You kind of proven the point.
Okay,
Well.
are you done?
I'm
Thank you.
I'm not done.
I have some questions.
Well, where you first?
I have,
I think you're last.
I am,
All right.
and we are.
All right.
So you're asking, maybe I just want to clarify, you're asking for the 48 upfront?
No.
Okay, and then, if we find, because, you know, living in this neighborhood, we found that there are different things that will cause us, financial grief, fires, that, and that's one of my concerns too, is that if in 18 months or a year or whatever you had expected this to happen, we may or may not be able to move forward with it because we had tried to do this before when we were actually gonna get incentives back on the panels and the batteries. And if I remember, now we have like slim to none. I want to say like 6% or 4% we may be able to get back at that, on panels and things. So that's, you know, my concern is, you know, 18 months, we may or may not be able to hit that mark. Yes, it would be great if we could, and we could guarantee that we will not have any breakdowns of equipment or, problems, you know, within our system, that would trigger us to be in a financial problem.
Sure.
So that's my only concern with this whole ordeal. Director McDonald.
Yeah, assuming we did put a trigger on it and got the ball rolling, what's the timeline on the return on investment?
Well, that really depends on the final project that's selected by the board.
Okay,
I mean, it could vary, you know, if the board says, well, we want to go with an 80% offset of our costs at each facility, then that's gonna have one ROI. But if the board decides, well, we're okay with only having a 60% offset at each one of these facilities, or 80% at this facility and 60 at this and 40 at that, it's really, the ROIs are really gonna depend on the type and the scope of the project that you choose. So it's hard to, it's almost impossible for them to point today.
there's no ballpark. Okay.
Director Thornborough.
Between 10 and 20 years, probably.
Yeah,
Well,
I
look
mean,
at
the
it
goal
this
is
way.
as quick
It
as
costs $4
possible.
million.
Yeah.
We're saving $80,000 a year.
How much?
80,000, that's what it's saying here.
Okay.
$80,000 a
Oh,
year.
that's what I wanted to know.
That's 50 years.
Got it, okay.
It's more than 80,000.
I think that's per.
Thought I read 80,000, but anyway.
That's what I was looking for.
I would, for me personally, I would be okay with it, and for all the reasons that you cited. And all the things that I'm hearing, I would be okay doing it if we had the 3 years instead of 18 months. If we could extend it out to 3 years, I would be okay with that. And one last thing, to Nick, is several months ago, I asked if I could see the as-bills for the Elburn Lake Treatment Plant, which there should be a copy here as well as at the plant. And you said you were gonna look into it and I haven't heard anything.
It's on me.
We're working on
That's
it.
on you?
It's on me.
I'm shocked. That is so unanalyzed. Gee, I'm so disappointed.
We're trying to locate the as-built because they're in the our storage shed that we have, and they're rolled up, and we were trying to find the right roll.
It's probably the biggest one.
You're probably right, and I will give Adam I've been
All right.
giving Adam a million other things to do, so.
Okay, Director Stovall.
I'm wondering if it would, given what Director Thornborough said, to table this until the next meeting when we can find out some information from today's closed session?
Okay, that's the last of our comments. Thank you.
I'm wondering.
Steve, we're going for public comments now.
Stephen Dow, you said that
Okay.
there's.
I'm sorry.
Made in America.
Mr. Pro, it's Mr. Dow.
Yes, the solar panels, the steel structures.
China is not involved, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's a plus. 5, 6, 7 years ago, Cherie made a suggestion before the Sweetwater treatment plant that she wanted to put, she suggested getting solar panels on that, you know, when it was built, and everybody kind of poo-pooed it.
Although they said it wasn't.
She didn't cough up the money.
Well, we're paying for it, we're still paying for that place for another 15 years, I mean, my goodness. So, another thing I wanna suggest is, everybody go take a look at the school over here, the elementary school. And you guys might, maybe you built that over there, there's a huge structure, you did that? Yeah. It's beautiful and it's huge and it, I mean, that thing is a structure. And they just got grants for like 6 buses, maybe they're gonna get more. And they just got like 10 trucks, little trucks, all electric. And I don't know how they're charging them, but maybe that the solar panels are charging them. But they got grants for it, so.
Yeah.
And they got all.
They did get grants, the
School
solar's
did.
not connected to the.
Oh, really?
The new service that charges everything, but
Yeah,
we're offsetting a lot of the meters at that entire facility across the street.
maybe everybody could get together and everybody charge their. We could charge over there too.
Well, it's.
Okay, Cherie?
Okay, so if we're not talking grants, I'm assuming we're talking appropriations. Federal government money,
Sure.
like USDA or whatever.
Okay.
Okay, so my suggestion is hopefully that this report comes back, if you approve it, that you have the 3 separate facilities priced out separately. Then you can pick and choose. If you can't afford all of it, maybe we could put it at the Sweetwater plant that takes all of the energy that should have had it originally.
So we're already working on that.
Okay.
Just so from an engineering perspective, the goal is to come to you with a project that is gonna pay for itself, but also not increase your annual operating cost. It's gonna decrease on hopefully if the first year. So we can help set up funding to facilitate that project. And your annual cost, after the solar and everything is online, will be less than it was previously.
That's the goal, always.
Thank you. Mr. Pro?
Oh, let's try this again. How's that working?
Fine.
Go ahead.
I would like to get the answer to, it's $48,000. Is that in a contract somewhere? My number 1 question. Number 2 question. Are any of you aware of the CEQA and NEPA process as to when a project has to be submitted under the CEQA and NEPA processes established for the state of California? And if in fact anyone, whether on the board, members, staff, or the electric company, doing any of this work that's in total conformance with the requirements required by the CEQA and NEPA laws that govern this type of project. It's my opinion, you've got a $4 million project with a $48,000 bite out of it. You've got questions coming out the kazoo on all sides and answers from the solar company of maybe ifs, ands, and what have you, and we'll work with you and you can trust us and the check is in the mail and all that. This isn't the way to run a business. You have laws that you must follow, not can or will. Well, will is absolute. If you haven't filed a CEQA and a NEPA on this project, you are all in violation of the CEQA process and the NEPA process, most likely.
Thank you, Mr. Pro. No,
Okay.
I could answer it in no. Could I have a motion from the board? Assuming we're all done. We've had different discussions here, so.
Well, I know, and she said, when I suggested the 3-year thing, she seemed to be okay with that, so I would say. Hopefully in 3 years, we'll be closer to getting this thing going, so I would say if she wants to modify the letter to say 36 months instead of 18 months, then I'm okay with that. So I guess that's my motion.
And in addition to what the total return is in the time, if annually there's a lower cost annually for energy production, that's the other number I was looking at. So,
Total savings annually?
yeah, total savings annually,
I haven't.
but it's a savings.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
the savings will come off the utility bill.
Yes, that's what I'm talking
Right,
about.
and then
Well, we're up
the
to a
goal
motion
is
and a
for
second right
whatever
now.
funding mechanism
We'll have this.
we're able to source. The
We have a
loan
motion
payment
on the
or
board.
whatever payment would be
They made
less
it.
than that savings number, so you're cash flow positive.
Cash flow, Todd. Okay, so it'll be
The approximate yearly savings is about $241,000
from year one.
for
Yes.
all the years.
Okay.
That doesn't,
That's the first year.
so we don't know what it would be as PG&E rates go up.
Right.
It's obviously going to go, that number will go up at whatever
Yeah.
percentage.
There's an
It's in the
escalation.
staff report if you're looking for it under fiscal impact.
I'd be, based on that, I'm willing to make a second to his first.
And, Director Thornborough, under fiscal impact, it says the total cost of the bills is 302.
Right.
And at an 80% offset, we're looking at about 241 in savings.
I thought I said 80,000 in savings.
It's an 80% offset of your energy.
Yeah,
No, okay, but that's different than 80,000.
yeah, if you,
Right, what he's saying
80% would
is
be
240,000 is what we came up with preliminarily.
Okay, I must have missed that.
Okay, Dr. Saunders.
And just, this will preempt some of the things that I'm talking about later on, but one of the things from EPA, USDA, FERC, and hydropower with this administration is dealing with power and energy programs. They are looking to streamline the CEQA and NEPA process and put exemptions on things like solar for water districts. So these are some of the things that we can look forward to.
and just to address the comment, we're not there yet.
Yeah.
We haven't even approved any kind of project. So.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second that if the company would extend that to a 3-year period and not an 18-month period.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Done.
Frank, would you want to go ahead and suggest the change and we can accept it?
Yeah. Actually. Yeah.
Or should I have consulted with you first?
No, that's fine.
Sure.
It's like, how many people go have to touch it if it's
Thank you
done?
for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are
If
up
nothing
to,
else, it's giving us some excitement.
Office client, yeah, office, number 5.
We're looking forward to coming back.
I'm trying to.
Workshopping the project.
Thank you.
financial reports. Are there any comments on any of the financial investment report, grant report?
So, I will do my best to answer any questions you may have. Unfortunately, I sent Jessica home because she was not, she was under the weather. And, if I have to, I don't knows, I will be happy to, I don't knows. I do. There's a piece of paper on the, you got it. So if there's any questions, we do have some notes from Jessica.
Anybody got questions? Come on, you guys, give me some moments.
And I will note that we updated the grant report so that it does show the WRDA being accepted, which is great news, and it
Which one?
does. I'm so sorry.
What'd you just say?
Oh, I updated the grant report to show the WRDA being accepted and the sorry, I changed 2 things. And we removed a state appropriation in the amount of $500,000. I did hear from Senator Alvarado Gill's office that there is no funding for the state because of the big deficit that the state is facing. So we removed that state appropriation. That it has nothing to do with this money that we've already received. It was another one that we applied for through the senator's office, and unfortunately, they all of the appropriations throughout the state got them.
Anybody have any comment?
And we do know that we will add the dates. We have not had a chance to add the dates to the grant report.
Do we have any comment? I have a question. On the grants, how much of this has we received, and do we have dates of when they were supposed to receive the rest of them?
We've received the state appropriation for $250,000. We have received about half of the CAL FIRE wildfire grant, so about $600,000. We have actually on the agenda today to approve the other portion of that grant. The US Bureau of Reclamation, the first one there, we have not received that money yet. It is a reimbursed program that we are planning to do coming in March and April. The $1.25 million from Congressman Kyla's office, we have not received that yet. We are still working with EPA on unlocking that money. Unfortunately, EPA has been very slow in being able to work with them. So yeah, we're working on the design of the tank, and we're working on kind of the shovel readiness of that project, but we're still working with EPA to unlock that money. So of the money that we've received, it's about 600 plus 250. And then the other 160 should be coming, probably May, June, July.
Okay. Did it jog any, you have a question now?
I do. It just popped into my head. That's why I raised my hand now.
Oh, because I wasn't done, but go ahead.
Oh, no, you finish. You finish.
What's Burley Associates?
Brierley is the people who did the Tunnel Hill inspection.
Oh, okay. And then what is all the checks that are? I keep going. The checks that have been written and then a negative and a written and a negative and a written and a negative going from PG&E. There's probably 20 different checks that have been with a negative number in front of them.
Can you give me a page?
It's page 36. My guess is
Thank you.
it was a process when they were paying the checks. I'm imagining it was probably like, because when you print checks, if you don't have them in there right or something like that, that's probably what happened. I definitely find out and, I'm just thinking of.
Well, there's voided and then there's added.
Oh, I see. The voided checks are you referring to?
Yeah, well, there's so $1,025.03, and then a negative $1,025.03. And it goes all the way down to the page and onto the next page.
Will you allow me to find out? I'm sure it was something, we may have printed them. I know some of the checks got printed on the old bank's check stock. And then those had to get voided out onto the new bank's check stock. Because there was a thought that we could use the check stock over, but unfortunately they have a different kind of a watermark on the new bank's check stock. So if I were to guess, that's what that is. Yes.
So they're printed on El Dorado savings checks. So
Hey, look at me.
Okay.
I didn't hear your part, sorry.
Good guess. I have a question on E Corp. When is their contract up? Do you have an idea? Soon.
I don't think we have a set time to end the contract. We can end it at any time. Is it a 3-year contract?
3-year contract, over 1 year.
I was thinking it's coming close. Who's this? Hawk is a new piece of equipment?
Yes, the CIP.
Okay, and then,
Treatment.
Paul Derek?
That's Sierra Diesel, that is, a repair for the vehicle.
Vehicle repair?
Yep.
Streamline for 4,500.
It's our website, partner, the people who help us with our website.
What's Verizon Connect Fleet?
It's
Is
a
that something new?
GPS, right?
No, we've had that for 5-6 years now.
And then Nathan Thomas?
That same thing, that's, the consultant that does the geological reports for, the zone.
I think I'm done. Your turn.
I'm the Army Corps of Engineers. Money. I think I asked this before. I don't remember what the answer was. If I did, I don't even remember if I asked it before. But anyway, that's 20-something million. We can't use that for solar.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, is there a reason or?
That's not water supply related. I mean, we can ask, but,
Oh, okay, so it has to be water supply.
it's pretty broad, but that one may fall outside of the broad that we have, but I can ask.
That would cover 100% of the cost.
Yes.
Okay,
Are you done?
good answer. Yeah,
Okay, public comment, board's done. Public comment, Sheree?
Okay, she asked a couple of the ones I asked, and check
Good.
number 37126,
Who was it for?
Lindsay Dora.
It's a reimbursement. Is it $3,000?
And then there's another one total for the year is 6,600.
Yeah, so she got, one in the first fiscal year and one in the second fiscal year. It's tuition reimbursement.
Oh, tuition. I knew it was a person. What are those little purple boxes to the right hand that go online? I clicked on it and it doesn't do anything
I don't, what,
Oh,
on the
so
checklist.
Jessica started leaving comments for you so you could see if she's kind of flagging. what
Right,
might stand
I
out.
did see them here, a couple months ago or 6 months ago, but I clicked on it and there's nothing happened.
Do you have Acrobat app on your
Yeah.
phone?
He's
We'll
hover
take-
over
When I
it.
click on it,
You
it,
don't have to click, you just hover over.
you have to hover.
You do it, yeah.
Well, go back. But, okay, so that was a question. I thought that's what that
we've
was.
been flagging new ones in case you were curious.
Yeah, okay, that's it on. Accept the grant.
I know, dates, I get it. I'm working on it. It's,
No, I mean, just the date at the top.
I'm not gonna-
So,
I'm not
As
gonna-
of date.
I'm not gonna offend you, but on my priority list of things, it's,
Well, I know, but I've been asking for 3 or 4 months.
I'll get to it.
next year.
Mr. Pro?
I would like to find out just what happens to the, what I consider to be boondoggle trips by some of the board members to go to Washington. What the changes in the Trump administration and Mr. Vice President Elon Musk is going to have in regards to these proposed meetings, whether it's going to have any effect on the meetings that our board members are supposed to be going to.
Mr. Pro, would you give us specific items in the reports that you would like to discuss? Generalizations need to be at public comment, either at the beginning or the end of this, section.
You've just been going all over the place on it. Why am I the exception?
No, there was going actually from item to item within the financial report, and that's what we were doing. So if you have a specific one that you want to comment on, we are more than happy to listen to it.
Madam President, I find your answers to be unacceptable and unworthy of your illustrious position as the president of the board. You are
Thank
picking.
you, sir. Any other board comments?
Not that I can make out loud.
Just add to Mr. Crowe that my DC report is coming up, so.
That has nothing to do with anything in the report, so there's no reason to we comment onto that. Okay. I got color in my face today. We're closing public comments. Are there any comments the staff would wish to address? Don't you even start.
I don't believe there was any comments that we have not addressed.
And I think red looks good on you.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve the financial reports.
There's no.
There's no motion, you're just moving on. Okay. Board reports.
Did we have the operations?
No, we got-
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're not there yet. We're on board
No,
reports
that's,
first.
that's later,
That's
isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's after board report. Are you trying to steal my show here? 5A. Board report. Mr. McDonald or Director McDonald. I'm
Yeah,
so
no,
sorry.
it's fine. Just. Is this a point where I could make general comments about my observations about something?
Board report.
Or meetings I've attended?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, no, I haven't attended any meetings or nothing special this month, so, no,
Thank you.
thank you.
Director Thornborough.
And I haven't completed any new thing.
What?
Thank you. Director Stovall.
I have.
I know you have. I was a witness.
was it?
Well,
I completed my required training reports. They're all done.
and you attended no meetings.
Correct.
I know you attended a meeting.
But I attended the finance committee. But that's coming up we'll discuss that one. Committee.
Okay. So,
Yep, my reports will be in the minutes for those that don't have them. The director got them today. RWA, there is an opening on the executive committee because there was a resignation by the West Sacramento member. That will be voted on at the next meeting. Mountain counties, I went to their legislative committee meeting. We are planning and going through a set of bills, and that should be any recommendations from there will be brought forward with our ledge package. Aqua, there was a lot of the big thing with Aqua is Executive Director Dave Egerton has resigned, and Marwan Khalifa, who was the chair of the finance committee, and he was the director of finance at I believe it was Mesa Water. He is now the interim executive director, so he's left his job at Mesa to do that. Let's see, and certificates, I completed all the trainings as well, ethics, sexual harassment prevention, and Form 700. And then the Aqua DC trip. So basically a lot of changes. We were there with pretty much all of the major agencies that we need to deal with all of the funding and things that we deal with. So Assistant Secretary to the Department of Interior, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, EPA, FEMA, FERC, Interior deals with Bureau of Reclamation, Bureau of Land Management, USDA, Fish and Wildlife was there. So the overall takeaway was with the freeze, a lot of the funding is going to be slow. However, they stated anything that was approved is still coming. The EPA said they expect their the Bureau of Reclamation grants to be out either June 29th or a September 25th release. The EPA is trying to get their stuff out as well, but there's no time, but it's on the way. That's basically what they said. There may not be any water smart this year, but that's one of the things they do have an energy program with water smart that does allow us to put the solar in there as well. One of the big problems with the spending freeze is a lot of things are going to be cut across the board. The biggest thing we seen was the continuing resolutions on the budget, and basically all of our legislators said, so basically our staff from Kylie and Adam Gray said, any of the appropriations from last year are probably not going to come through. So that $7 million appropriation from last year is probably not going to come. So no appropriations from 2024 will probably come through. Moving forward, they said California, use your coalitions, use bipartisan your representatives on both sides to work on your legislation, your policies, your appropriations, and your funding. The other thing is, I did talk to Kylie's staff and Adam Gray's staff, and they are going to put in whatever appropriations we want. There are some key things they're looking for. The administration is looking to have building blocks for economy growth. So they're looking at areas such as power, water, clean air, and the big things that they're looking at is for affordability, economic impact, ability to grow, and things that tie in with national security. A lot of our water infrastructure will tie in with that, and that's one of the positive things. And a lot of things also ties in with President Trump's executive orders, which is in some of my legislative reports. So it's not all doom and gloom, but there are some positive things in there. I was in the room with, the Assistant Secretary for the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Reclamation staff. So I brought up specifically the problem that we have with the refill agreement, and then there was, they all brought me aside and I had conversations with them, so they wrote everything down. They actually recorded me. I'm probably gonna get taken away by the CIA now that the feds have my name and face and recording somewhere, but no, they really said they're gonna look at the refill agreement and try and work on that. Not only did I bring that to the Bureau directly, but all of our congressmen up and down are aware of the refill agreement and the ability for transferring water to north to south, which is a big thing that the administration is looking for. So that's one of the changes. A lot of the funding for forest and wildfire, I let all the agencies and our legislators know, most of those money goes towards forest management, firefighters, conservative districts, and conservation. And as you can see, you need water to fight fire, so we need funding to go to water infrastructure. The Fix Our Forest Act, I talked with the writer of that, he's the staffer for Congressman Peters. They do have a Good Neighbor Act in the Fix Our Forest Act that kind of can go to the water districts. We are trying to have them strengthen that for so there's more funding to us. And the thing that we brought up to the agencies and the legislators as well is they need to pass the bipartisan bill they brought forward last year, which was to recognize special districts as government. And if that passes, then that allows us to get direct federal funding, because as you know, things have to go to state, county, the water agency, and then they can disperse it to us, as opposed to us getting it directly, and that will be a huge plus for us in terms of any of the big acts that come towards us. Whether big things that were important, Army Corps of Engineer said they were working with us, so they're looking forward to get our projects. The appropriation, I mean, that 25.5 million is guaranteed. Appropriating the money is going to be, we have to make sure we have good projects and things they sign off on, and they are, our Congress and Senator Padilla are all guaranteed to, work with us to make sure we have our projects go forward. So that's a plus that we have looking forward with that. And that was pretty much the big pushes, was to let them know the need for funding for water infrastructure, the need to make sure that we have that refill agreement change, and any of the projects we have, there's just certain things they'd like to see as we put it in. And basically this administration is looking for everything to be like a business. What's the return on investment? What's the impact on the community? What's the impact overall with conserving, providing water, and the impact on national security. One of the big things that we also have it changing is deregulation and streamlining. So a lot of the things we're talking about, like CEQA and NEPA and some of the PFASs and all of that, they are trying to make exemptions to help the water districts. So that was one of the big things that was there. And they said the secret sauce in DC, which they don't see, is having local elected officials show up. They only talk to staff and lobbyists. And the elected officials, they have shared constituents, shared voters, and we're talking from the constituent level. And that's what they like to see, and that's more impactful for them. And that's all I have here.
Go ahead.
Well, what are you so surprised? Did I understand correctly in that we lost that 1.3 million from Kylie?
No, that 1.25 million, that's with the EPA. They are slowly coming out with that money. I mean, that's there, but everything's just.
I thought we got appropriations from Kylie.
That's what it
But
is.
that's, but it's through the EPA that funding is coming from, and everything's under a government freeze now, so
That was for 2023, not 2024.
Right, so it's just slowly rolling out.
But we are gonna get it.
Yes, anything that was approved
Okay.
prior to 2024. So all the grants.
Oh, okay.
So from that grant page, everything that's on the top, we're getting. The 7 million, they said that probably is not going to show up. And then the farm bill, still working on trying to get that. The Fix Our Forest Act is at the Senate. They did have it was in the Ag Committee this morning, and a lot of the people in the Ag Committee on the Senate are from the East Coast as compared to the West Coast, whereas the Congress seems to be more West. They did state, a lot of the senators I talked to stated that a lot of the changes that they want to work on is coming from environmental pressures, but they want to keep the architecture of the bill the same. So if it does pass in the Senate, it doesn't have to go through the House again, so it'll just go to President Trump.
Good report.
Yeah, good job for the report, yeah.
Thank you.
Sound like you were busy. Thanks.
Okay, mine is I attended Mountain Counties, that's my first meeting, and they were nice enough to adjust it to an 8 o'clock in the morning call on Monday morning on Zoom. And I will be, they went over the legislative issues. And as they get information, it will be coming out next month. Then that will be brought forward for us to review and agree to. Also, there also on May 21st, which I will be attending, is a legislative lobby. We're going to be going on to the state capitol to walk through the offices of the different politicians. And I will be representing Mountain Counties as the secretary. So that's my report. Ding, ding, ding. Operations manager's report.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so starting off, stuff is still full, obviously, still spilling. Going through the treatment, a couple updates there. We did did a computer replacement for our SCADA program. Controls at Sweetwater was the other one. We're starting to slow down and cause some issues, so we did replace that. At the same time, we just did some alarm operational flexibility, kind of best operation. At Walton Lake, we automated the filter backwash. So that's a process now. It's not set in stone. We have to do it every time. So kind of when the plant needs it, it's going to be able to, it's built in the program now to, start automatically. Sweetwater has been like that. We've added some, chemical flow pacing to that, which is, it's more of a streamlined process for treatment. A short month, so we did get some, keep moving forward the kind of list of what we did between activities, some standard pictures of, some of the work we did. I think the major work was this, tank control valve at the de-risking tank. We actually kind of had a failure. We already had the valve here. It was first a couple of years ago. We got the valve in now, so it's working well. We're having problems with it. How it works is altitude valve that reads the tank level analog wise, and then as the tank level drops, it opens the larger valves unless the tank fill, and as demand goes back, the tank goes up and down.
Location.
I'll make sure it's the peer review is their first gate. It's between first and second gate. Pointing the picture on there.
Yeah.
So that's Irish Reservoir near on the Kelsey ditch. The picture before that. Well, that's actually at the pond. We're working on clearing the vegetation, going in there and some reshaping of the
And the road one.
road. So that is up country near the Kaiser siphon. Yeah. The first picture, yeah, that's the start of the Garden Valley pipeline. So we're on the capital improvement program, so I've talked month after month about distribution tank. So we've been working with engineers and myself and historical records here. With the castle report, we've come up with a kind of our 5-year plan, which I'm gonna present when we get to the CIP of how we want to address lining inspections and cathodic protection of our tanks moving forward, kind of prioritize them out so we know which ones we need to do, which ones we can maybe do the cathodic protection first, have that additional time before we actually have to recoat the tank. So it's gonna be very useful for us moving forward into, CIP year after year, because the coating and lining costs are just going up and up. We're seeing, instead of $250,000, we're seeing $500,000 or $600,000 for a tank. So we really have to have that lined up, otherwise we'll get behind and then we can have, a water quality issue or a tank failure issue, and that, leads to fire flows, leads to, obviously human health at that point. We're not getting another mass marine, so we still have one left. It's kind of the most difficult one, waiting for a good weather gap to do that. Pump station retrofit, we're just waiting on the pump heads for the last station to finish up. Last lining, hopefully the weather's gonna clear here before season ends, so we'll get those two done as well. The building repair, it was on the CIP, so that bid is actually due back tomorrow, so either next meeting or the following meeting, we'll have that to bring to the board to look at.
Which building?
This one.
Oh.
It's the trim around the side here that we talked about in CIP.
All right.
So CAL FIRE grant, we're gonna talk about that later, so I'll hold that discussion for then. The HGMP, no progress on that. The USDA grant, we had the resolution last meeting, submitted that to them. There was a couple follow-up questions. I'm still have been told, from, we have our representative works out of the Auburn office. They work with the federal side. It's the USDA is all federal, but the Washington DC office is there for review. So we've been doing a couple little financial question responses. We worked with the auditor a little bit to make sure that everything was in line. I think we're really close. They're saying the money's still there. It's still got our name on it. So I'm just waiting. I can't, it's very, I keep iterating to them, it's a game changer for the district. This project is extremely critical. They understand that. So, I still think we're getting it. So Water Smart, I've talked about it, got the notice proceed still. There was a kind of a scheduling conflict between the NEPA reviews and the SEQA reviews for the actual construction timeline. We got that worked out last week. So we are still on schedule, weather pending, to get that done before irrigation season starts. The only thing really think they're working the capital improvement plan development for next year. And then the CCC projects, which we talked about, through their greenhouse gas reduction fund, training, workplace development fund. That's, they reached out to us. There's basically no cost to us besides, a little bit of my time to put the project together, do application, and they're working through 4 different locations between the raw water canals and treated water canals, and treated water pipe, and one treated water tank. So back page, I have a January gross water usage. You can see up was a little bit. The residential, I didn't have the meter readings back in time to get that, but I'll have that updated for next meeting. That's all I have for my report.
Alexa, what are resource managers report?
We had 4 routine inspections in February, which is extremely low, but we still have the employee out on family leave. We had 8 escrows. 2 of those, they went back and followed up and we were able to close them. We did have 2 spills in February, which directly correlate to the almost 15 and a half inches of rainfall that we had. We did our surface water samples in February and turned in an annual zone report, and we did the DWR water diversion report. Those were all submitted February 1st. You'll notice we were over our monthly spill allowance, which is 72,000 and some change because of the rain. They're still saying equal chances for rain and temperature. Nothing really changes, other than the transition into the neutral zone for, let's see, March through May. NOAA's saying they're gonna switch it from, I think we're in El Nino conditions. So I'm predicting, because I've been doing this for so long now, that we're gonna have kind of that mild early summer that we had last year, because that was the same transition that they said also, the in zone neutral. And May was pretty mellow. But you know, we'll see. And then, yeah, that's all I got.
Do want to add too, we actually went up just, we actually had enough snow to go up this week and actually do a snow survey, so that was new to the district, so.
You want to make a comment before the jam report?
Yes.
Okay.
With the snow survey, do you want to work with, NOAA and Scripps to get, local stuff? They were interested in that locally.
Yeah, anytime we can work with agents like that, yeah, we did contact DWR and worked with them, but they've kind of, not really responded lately, I guess is the best way to put it. You know, they weren't too interested in, DWR wasn't interested in this low of elevation of a watershed. You know, this small, but yeah.
Yeah, the Scripps and NOAA people are, because they're starting to make progress in their, atmospheric river, forecasting. They've, gotten that a lot better, and they're funding the local snow surveys and the microclimates. So I'll send you their card.
Okay.
And then the other thing is, when is the, water assessment due for, our, water loss, that report that we give him? When is that one due?
The water on it?
Yeah, one.
Oh.
But April.
I'd have to look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's kind of three, right? There's the supply and demand the county requires, that one's
Yeah.
finalizing, the DWR ones in July 1st or June 30th. Same couple days in the water
There's
house,
so many on my.
later in the year.
All right, yeah, so the supply and demand one, I guess. Is the next
Yeah,
one.
so we were finalizing that one, so we should have that for next month.
Yeah. That's the county one.
Dr. McDonald?
Wanted to let you know that I got back to the customers around the intersection of Coon Court and American Westville Trail about the fire hydrant. And the guys have been out there 3 times. You and Nichols have been very responsive to their concern through me. And I got back to them, and I understand the back order and the type of hydrant it is. So they're aware that you guys are on it. And also on American River Trail and Outer Trail, that minor seepage that isn't catastrophic enough to detect that isn't an issue. So they're aware that they could stand down and not to be concerned. And then those are the folks around that intersection are been informed too.
Appreciate it.
So thank you for your responsiveness on that. And the guys are out there very friendly to the people, talking to them and communicating with them. So you got a good face out there with the team. So thanks.
Thank you.
Director Stovall?
I have concerns about the snowpack. I believe in past years, we've had a snowpack. I'm surprised we had one, to be honest. I was thinking about driving up to Stumpy Meadows and going fishing, and that's been out of the question for years. So as opposed to looking at the rain totals that are for calendar year, I took the same data and switched them over to a fiscal year, because I thought it was more realistic to look at the water season as opposed to the calendar season. And year to date, we have 36 inches. And that's, far more than we had in 2021. We're spilling water, so kind of looking at the season date kind of relieved my concerns. I do have a concern about, right now everything's water over the dam. The snowpack slowly releases the water into Stumpy. Well, if we don't have it, do we have any, because we've never had any snowpack data, we just don't have any data on when the dam's gonna stop spinning, do we? To me, it's a hard number to get to.
Yeah, so I think, you know, we have data, right? We have tons of data.
Yeah.
We don't have the snow survey data. That's definitely new to the district. We don't have. But I think what we do use, we use our water model that we're gonna talk about later in another item.
Okay.
But I think what if we don't see a late snow, what happens is, you know, once we start irrigation season,
Yeah.
it stops blowing almost immediately.
Okay,
If we do see that late snow, we usually get a spill into late June, mid to late June.
okay.
That's what we typically, so, you know, it's gonna be a little different. You know, the board's moving towards, you know, the May 15th, so it's gonna be a little different, but that's typically what we see. I will tell you, yeah, the snow up there was quite disappointing. I mean, we haven't been able to get up there, not get up there, we didn't even go up there because there wasn't any snow to stand on. And we only measured about 11.5 acre feet of actually snowpack up there right now, water equivalent, which is not very much. Obviously, we don't have, you know, when you do a full analysis, you do, you know, soil moisture. We don't have that part of it, but, you know, it's a pretty good indication of what we can expect, you know, going into the dry season, you know, what kind of runoff we would see in combination with our water model.
Okay, thank you. I just
We're supposed to get a
was
little
reaching
bit
out.
more next week though, a little bit, but I don't know how significant that'll.
Yeah, and typical, you know, March being for Taos, the best ski month because we get dumpage.
Yeah,
But like you say, we'll see.
yeah, I'm thinking we'll get like a little dusting later. These years kind of seem to be like pushed off later and later and later, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay,
I understand.
Station 16. It's always in station 16.
Okay.
Not always, we have that fog at the end of the day.
Yeah. Jam report.
Okay, I'm gonna go over some high level stuff that I did. Attended our River City Bank business outlook on the 5th of February. Did a couple of ledge meetings with Aqua and CSDA. Did meet kind of a big one, met with the Bureau of Reclamation regarding invasive golden mussels. This is a new mussel that is starting to thrive in low calcium reservoirs, which we are a low calcium reservoir. So they're kind of working on a game plan and we're kind of working on a game plan. We don't have a lot of control over who can go into the lake and who cannot go into the reservoir. But we're working with the Forest Service and the Bureau of Reclamation on kind of a response. Attended the MCWRA Legislative Committee meeting. I met with El Dorado Water Agency. They're starting to develop their strategic plan. They're meeting with all the general managers of the water districts in the county to get a sense for projects and ways that their agency and our district can work together in the future. And then coming up here in a moment, we're gonna take a small video reprieve and we're gonna watch a video. You guys did receive an email from me. We sponsored a on the fly wildfire video that is called the Fire Fix. It's FIRE. So I know Director Saunders has seen it because it was played at the Aqua Federal Conference. But I would like to play it all for you. We sponsored the video for approximately $1,000 and there is going to be, hold on one second. There's going to be a longer format.
Devastation.
Sorry.
Go ahead, play it.
Well.
There's gonna be a longer format, approximately 5-minute-ish video that is being put together now. This is being done in conjunction with Aqua Headwaters, MCWRA, kind of this area, and then there's some other Southern California agencies that have taken an interest in this because of the LA wildfires as well. So this is real quick, and then I'll finish up my report after.
Devastation at our front door. Unprecedented fires burning millions of acres, scorching our forests, destroying our homes, demolishing entire communities, threatening lives, and jeopardizing our drinking water. A crisis growing more severe with each passing year. The cost of inaction too high. We must have a California fire fix now to better manage our forests, build stronger water infrastructure, enhance resilience against weather extremes, and protect our ecosystems. A California Fire Fix means federal funding to actively manage high-risk lands and restore healthy watersheds, streamlined first investments in wildfire-resilient water systems, and public-private partnerships to protect our headwaters and ecosystems across the state. Protecting our water means protecting California. The time to act is now.
Sorry for the sound quality. To get it onto the Zoom, the best we could do is the speakers on the computer. So I hope you all heard that. We will be utilizing these in our social media campaigns, and then the longer form will be probably put on our YouTube channel as well. And then it's kind of just a thing that we can send to legislators, representatives, anybody who may want to listen or may want to help. And then just a couple things coming up. We have an RWA board meeting. We have a regional GM and managers meeting, and the Ledge Symposium is at the end of March, the 27th and 28th, Aqua Ledge Symposium. So the symposium is on the 27th, and then the state Ledge committee meeting is on the 28th. And then at the last board meeting, there was a couple questions. So in front of you all, you'll see a little packet of information, and I'll just kind of go over what's in that packet of information. Director Stovall requested the boundary maps for the sphere of influence and the boundary of the district. So boundary is the blue area, sphere of influence is the orange area. And Steve, if you would like a copy, I have an extra copy here for you. So you're welcome to come up and grab your own if you want your own. And so that is one of the requests that I had. I believe Director Seaman requested to know if the USDA grant that Adam referenced was in the budget for the CIP, and it's kind of highlighted right here. It's this one in the middle. It is called the USDA, or excuse me, Upper Canal Pipeline Project, and then right underneath it is USDA Rural Development Grant. So that is already accounted for in the CIP. And then the last item is Director Thornborough requested the emergency repair costs. So I printed out the 17 pages of the repair costs for you all, so you can review the 62,000 that was spent to Mr. Bierkamp's company. And that's my whole report.
Any director questions? Okay,
Oh,
public comment.
yeah, I got a couple of comments.
Mr. Dowd,
Thank you.
For all the reports.
Yes, all the.
any of the three, four.
You said something about a mussel in the lake. I mean, what is it gonna mean? They're gonna poison the lake? They're gonna be like the place up near Portola where they have to kill all the fish and I hope not, because that's bad.
I don't have a good answer for you yet.
Don't poison them. Don't poison.
I mean, do we know they're there?
Not yet. We have not detected them yet.
Oh, and I went up to something else last week and it was absolutely zero snow. First time ever you could get through with a car.
Yeah.
No snow, no water, no nothing.
We saw Subaru.
Yeah, well, we're up there, it was a Subaru came smashing by.
And so then, but then we had snow or something, I guess, since then. A little bit. But unbelievable.
I know, they're calling for about 3 inches in Quintet next week, three to 4, so we'll see if it stays, you know. And that's significantly lower still, but no, not much, but a little more.
Sheree?
Yeah, okay, on that same subject, you said it's low calcium reservoir, but you put TDS, what's TDS stand for?
Total dissolved solids. It's the same, it's the same. I'm trying to be more clear. It's the calcium that they're after. So our reservoir is, I think the threshold is 50 parts per million. Ours is like 20. But the thing can go all the way down to like 5 or 10.
And so how does calcium get into a reservoir generally?
Rock erosion.
We don't have calcium up there.
With very low calcium, and that's why this is such a concerning mussel, because it does thrive in those lower calciums.
And then we're allowing boats to go on the,
We don't have any control over
well, I
that.
know, but
I mean, I think as we're working with them to
Yeah,
come
I
up with those
think that
plans
needs
to
to
not,
stop.
I mean, that's why we're starting
Yeah.
So the rule basically is you're not allowed to go from one reservoir to another within 30 days. Or if you have a disinfection permit on your boat, so, that's kind of, you've all heard of quagga mussels, I'm sure, this is transferred very much the same as the quagga mussels. They're being pulled from other reservoirs and being dropped in new reservoirs by contamination. And so there's a couple of permits, you can either always be in Stumpy. You can take 30 days in between going from one reservoir to another, or you can get it's called a hot bath sanitation. You can basically get it's a pressure washer that gets all over
But
it.
then nobody enforces it.
That's right.
Yeah, good luck.
I mean, I know they do at Tahoe or South Lake Tahoe, but
That's if you do it again.
I mean, you can, but it's gonna cost you all kinds of money to enforce it.
They did the same thing at all the lakes in California at one point, you know, when they were having the mussel problems and they were having people actually that were doing their regular, I don't know what they call those people that check for, their life vests and stuff. They will also do a check and they were writing off and signing people so they could get in the lakes and stuff.
Yeah, it's Fish and Wildlife.
There is available.
Fish and Wildlife and Forest Service do it together.
But can really large boats get in Stumpy? Is it mostly the metal small boats? Yeah, so we're not
Yeah.
the access. So what's the RWA is regional water?
Regional Water Authority.
Okay. That's all.
Okay, any more public comments? Great, we are now on to committee reports. Are you looking at me funny for a reason, Mitch?
Oh, was I? No.
Irrigation Committee. We have a new chair. Christy McKay is the new chair of, the, Irrigation Committee. So we had a kind of besides her, there's some other directors that were added in. We had a very, very short meeting. Discussed having a meeting next month because that's when we start looking at the water or when irrigation will start, and start discussing that. So then by the April by the actually March meeting, irrigation is going to have to give recommendation to the board in April of when irrigation season starts and stops. Finance Committee.
Both Donna and I attended the finance committee. The finance committee had gone over the audit very thoroughly, specifically line by line item. There were a few items that came out that basically needed footnotes. For example, the statement and financial highlights, the total expenses were $8.9 million, an increase of $4.6 million or 59% over the previous year. So that seemed to raise some questions. And what the finance committee requested is to put a footnote to go along with that, with the explanation that, as I recall, this has to do with the actuarials that are done for health insurance for individuals after they retire, given the assumption that they work here all the rest of their time that they're gonna work here. So when I read this, you know, just off the ground, I wrote down, something's wrong with this picture. And so the finance committee saw the same thing, and so there are a lot of footnotes being put into the audit report to cover that type of thing. Another statement was operating expenses totaled $8 million, an increase of $4.6 million or 52% from the previous year. So that's going to be explained and so on. So in my opinion, we have a top-notch finance committee. They're really doing their job. They're coming in, having combed that audit page to page and really coming up with what they think should be given to the board so we can make more use of that and really utilizing their time and expertise. As always, there's issues with a number of people that can attend the meeting. I'm not sure when the next meeting is because of quorum issues.
We're floating the 25th of March right now.
Not the 27th.
It's
We have
floating right now.
a member that will not be available on the 27th.
over there. Is that a reason?
I believe so, yeah.
Have anything to add, President Senior?
Yeah, I would, I guess one of the things that I pointed out, which is what I wasn't sure if they were aware of, which clearly they weren't aware of, is that, you know, when they come up with all this information, we, the board, do not see what it was to what they recommend and have that information outlined. I had requested from, Jessica before and getting minutes for the board. And or take that audit and redline where they're changing things or where they're adding things. Because a lot of the information you can't tell, has this number gone up or hasn't this number gone up for the previous years? You can't, you know, unless you have this stuff sitting there. You know, many of them did, which was great, but we as the board don't have it necessarily sitting right there and or the public. So it makes it easier for all of them to, you know, all of us to be able to easily look and see what they're recommending. And that was one of the big things I know I've always had problems with, where I don't know what have they done? And I know they've done something, but nobody else knew they did anything. So I hopefully across that they give the information to us and make it as clean and clear as possible, so we know what changes they are recommending.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Thornborough.
How many members you got on there?
Or
Or we need more?
You already got a new one, didn't you?
Ooh.
No, irrigation got it.
Oh, you're.
Yeah, four.
And it's set up for 7 or 5? 7.
7, if I recall. Yeah.
Wow.
So maybe you wanna find another call out to say, hey, do you wanna? You never know.
Yeah, we put a call out, I mean, I know every bill that comes out is called for.
So, and if you put a call out, some people are intimidated that they think that they need to be financial savants, so that's not necessarily the case. So make sure if you put out an APB that they could just be a concerned community member with a skill set that they're, you know, minimum requirements and.
And a couple of them are pretty high end on that,
Yeah,
be able to tweak those numbers,
yeah.
so.
That's good to hear.
They did have their opinions about the PERS investment criteria and results. They seem to be quite aware of what's going on.
I know their stuff.
They do.
Okay, strategic planning,
We had another meeting. One of the things that was left hanging was a response to only one of the items, which is strategically responding to changing circumstances and conditions. I took it upon myself to go ahead and make some significant changes to that. I think after Nick's meeting with Edwa, that to bring their input into our strategic plan warrants another meeting. If not, I think all we need to do is to send this revision around to the members and it'll be ready to go. So, but I think what you can bring to the table warrants another meeting.
yeah, and it would be good if that went to Liz so that she can post it and that I can make comments on it, and that's one thing that hasn't been happening, where we can interact on the Teams or share drive or whatever it is, so we can work on it and make comments as we go, because that's like Dr. Saunders and I did, where we would have the comments listed out there, and then we would go down it during the meeting to get everything, whether we agree, disagree, changes we want to make, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
So that would help.
Yeah, that request was made and it's basically between you and me.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
I agree. Do you have any comment about bringing some of the best practices out of the meeting that you went to into our strategic plan, Nick?
I would say that it wasn't a lot that they shared on their end. It was more of a, what projects do you feel we can help you with?
Okay.
So it was more of a, a download of what we're doing, so that they can include it in their plan. Not much of what.
Not the other direction. Okay, well, if that's the case, I think. we
And
can wrap-
LC,
This is what. My proposal is, I think she has it.
so, also I'll check with, RW or Mountain County,
Okay, good.
because they just completed their strategic plan.
And after that, I can say.
Thank you.
Are we done with, committee reports and comments? Public, Mr. Dowd.
Yes, every time I hear the finance committee name, I get heebie-jeebies now.
Don't get Davy Jabies.
Well, I got PTSD from the other day.
Oh, yeah. Go.
Just glad Mike and Adam and Mike and Mitch and Frank wasn't there. That was.
Oh.
I was on the phone.
I was
You were the one that got knocked off.
Should we see?
Yeah.
I was walking the baby on the stroller and I hear this and I looked at the phone and it was off. Lucky he knocked it.
He did it.
He
She was
was
awesome.
on it.
Liz was awesome. She got it off as quick as she could.
Ah,
Yeah.
And collateral damage was Cherie, so I've already talked to her and
Oh, I
apologized.
thought I did something.
I need mind washing therapy. So I don't
There's a
know.
lot
We're
of
sorry.
noises.
Not our problem, not our issue.
No, we didn't,
Anyway.
we knew it wasn't you. We just, it was.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They took over your screen.
Oh, they.
Yes.
Oh, okay, so this is my question. So this person wasn't on there as a separate screen?
Yes, they were.
Okay,
So
so,
this is outside of the,
no, I know, but it's.
we have to, if we're gonna, is because we have to be consistent.
Yes.
And I think those are
Does
probably
this have
very
anything
good
to do with
points,
our
but
board
we
report?
can't really get into it based on the board report. The board report was based
Okay,
on
but
the
it's,
business of the
Finance
committee.
committee.
it's just while
Yeah,
I'm on the phone, on that, it has my phone number. That you used to put my name. And then I'm thinking someone's got my phone number now
This is
because
beyond
I've been
scope.
getting a bunch of junk phone calls. So I'd like to request or do what the county does, just put the last 4 digits.
We changed it to your name.
Okay, because before it had my phone number on it for about 3 or 4 months.
Started to change it to your name.
Okay, so that will be when we go forward.
Okay,
Well, this is when I'm on the phone, not on Zoom.
well, that is when you're on Zoom,
Okay, well.
Just on the phone.
on the phone. All right, thank you. Ooh.
Thank you.
And you don't have anything to address?
Oh, and then will the video ever get put up on YouTube?
We're working on a legal statement for it.
8, so what am I up to? 8. Let's do what's up. Oh, yeah, and to pay off of Walton yet? That what we're up to?
8A.
Legislative.
8A, sorry.
Oh, that's great. That was.
Record Saunders.
You should have, the sheet in front of you guys. So the major federal updates, chief, we were in the occupancy report. The Prop 4 rollout came out from the California Legislative Analyst Office. These are kind of the buckets that they want to put out in 2025-26. And, Nicholas and I have attended some, meetings to, try and, stem the tide of having most of the funding try to be shifted towards the Southern California fires. So just to make sure that things cover the entire state because wildfires everywhere. March 1st, Governor Newsom made a proclamation of a state of emergency. So this now suspends environmental regulations, including CEQA, for a lot of the field reduction projects. So you can look and see if any of this corresponds to our vegetation work. And it accounts for removal of hazardous dead or dying trees, all the removal of vegetation. And there's no limitation for anything with the CAL FIRE plans or community wildfire preparedness plans. The Trump administration, we gave an executive order on timber on March 1st as well. So it kind of increases the ability to remove timber production and forest management. So that's another thing that's been streamlined. Some legislative watches with CSDA. So there's a wildfire and vegetation management voluntary tax contribution. And basically when you put in your state tax, there's a boxes you can check if you want to put extra taxes to different areas, and they want to create one for wildfire vegetation management. There is another CEQA Environmental Quality Act exemption for undergrounding power lines. That really doesn't affect us directly, but if it does allow them to save money putting underground power lines, I know it started here and never actually went through. And then if we look at our little sheet. For the federal bills, HR 471, that's the Fix Our Forest Act that passed the House. And that was in the Senate Ag Committee today, and we'll see what happens to that. Hopefully it'll be in the Senate in a couple of weeks or so. They should be getting through their nominees, and this should be the next thing that they take up. This is two bills to watch are AB 532 and SB 350. Those are now low income rate assistance bills. 532 is for under 3,000 connections, but SB 350 is for all water agencies. And I spent about an hour and a half working on the language of that today with Aqua staff. So we're trying to get it so they're trying to build a fund, and we're trying to make it so that the fund actually gets funded properly so that it can go to all of the agencies. We did put language in the bill that says if you have an existing low income rate assistance program, that you're still eligible for the funding if you meet all of the requirements. So we're trying to get it so we can keep our program and be funded for it.
So the one issue with that bill is there is no funding source denoted right now, so it will likely go to the suspense file until one is been denoted.
That's why it's on watch, because it's probably not gonna be something we're gonna support. There are two Aqua co-sponsored bills, and so one of them is SB 394. That would is for water theft and fire hydrants, and that kind of increased the penalties to kind of have more bite to people stealing from fire hydrants. So it went from it's up to now 2,500 for the first violation, 5,000 for the second, and $10,000 for the third on each additional violation. So that's one that I'm asking for us to support and join the Aqua advocacy for it. And the other Aqua sponsored bill is SB 454. And that would create a PFAS mitigation fund into general fund. And that will cover the cost or reduce the cost for wastewater and water suppliers that's going to be associated with treating or removing or disposing of PFAS. And they're always trying to get some language in there to remove some of the liability from the water districts, because we're not really the polluters.
If I can just add to that, there's a letter going around right now from Aqua that they're requesting us to sign on to. And even though we don't have PFAS issues now, it might behoove us to engage now in case we end up with some later in the future.
Do we need a copy of that letter to review the?
I just got it.
Yeah, I usually send it when we
it's just a coalition letter. So if we're supporting, it's just when you.
No, I understand what it is.
I will send it to you as soon,
Okay.
yeah.
So that will be at next meeting.
Well, I think we need to sign before next meeting is what
I'll send it to you by email once it comes through. So the two requests for support is for SB 394 and SB 454, and to join the Aqua advocacy, and we send a coalition letter around if the board wants to support those two.
Do we have any director comments? Do you have any public comments?
Yeah, the last thing you just said the other day, is that, I know it's from like Teflon and stuff like that, but is it from petroleum and gas products?
It's they're petroleum based, but they're mostly lab made chemicals.
So like Teflon.
It's fire retardants, Teflon,
Fire retardants.
it's PFOS and PFOA is what they are. It's the perfluora
Okay.
alkaline solution, I think is what it is.
Okay.
Mainly from fire retardants and Teflon.
Any other public comment? No. Are there, I guess we're looking for a motion to support or not support these two bills? And give Director Saunders direction.
I move that we support the bills and his recommendation, Director Saunders' recommendation. It's for the two bills, right?
That's the thing.
They'll have to.
And I'm sending you the letter right now for review.
SB 394 and S 454.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Pass. Okey dokey, so now we are, looks like 8D.
Already went on that.
Would it be in some, would it be in C one?
We did that?
18.
D is in dog,
Yep, yes.
where I thought it was. Nick?
Thank you, Madam President. So this is to discuss, our, water supply and demand forecast and potentially continuing participation in the water transfer program. This really isn't an action item. This is kind of a informational item. We did present similar information to our irrigation committee. As was stated by Adam during the operations manager's report, we have been spilling since about February 6th. So we are in good shape in the amount of water that we have. Previous to this, we did submit a letter to the State Water Resource Control Board to be on their intent to transfer list. We also have some additional information of how much water is coming through, could come through, and what the percentile of all those coming through is. So if you'll go to page 3 or 4, if you want to follow along, what you'll see there is 10% of the 10 percentile of the time we get approximately 25,000 acre feet of water. And if you go down to the 95th percentile, we get about 8,211 acre feet of water. Those are the ranges of water that we have flowing in and out of Stumpy during the year. So you can see then in the next table down what inflow numbers we've had throughout the years. So 2024 was a little bit lower year than 2023, which is the very high year. We all remember a lot of damage, a lot of rain. And then going back into 21 and 22, those were kind of drought years. I think 21 is the year we did the last water transfer. And we had the issue with having to provide additional water because we just did not fill back up. I think we filled up to around 18 or 19,000 acre feet, give or take a couple thousand in there. And so that was the issue then. Right now, we're in a little bit better kind of numbers. Again, as was stated by Alexis during her report, we still are seeing some rain, some snow, and we're full in spilling. So what I recommend here to you all is that the board of directors review and discuss the 2025 water supply and demand forecast including potential participation in the water transfer program, provide staff direction regarding water resource management and the transformer, and whether or not to continue to pursue a water transfer and additional revenue to the district for 2025 water year. Before I have you discuss that, I reached out to my contact at Westlands, and right now they are still pursuing water transfers on their end. However, there is a slight hold on their end because of the amount of water that they foresee being in the system. Anytime the federal allocation goes over 40%, the pumps are hindered and they cannot push as much water through into the Central Valley. So we can pursue additional water transfer partners, i.e. State water contractors or state water project participants, and then continue to work with Westlands if any of the percentages are more favorable where we can put water into the system. So I would be happy to take any questions.
Director Stovall.
You mentioned alternatives to Westlands. those state water
Yes.
participants, that means that, let me put, my question is, how does that affect the federal water delivery system?
It. It doesn't, it doesn't, it still would, it just adds a different contract partner. So we would.
But it still has a federal.
We would still work with the Bureau, we would still have some sort of refill agreement. Instead of having a contract with Westlands, we would have a contract with either an individual state water contractor or the State Water Contractors, Inc. as a whole.
Okay, so there's not a significant difference. And
Director Saunders.
And there also the ability to work with some of our, Sacramento, region, area for water banking as well.
We have explored that as well, yes.
Director Thornborough.
What are you looking at as far as amount of transfer? 2,000, you got 2,000, well, normally it's been 2,000, then you have in here a 2,500 and then 3,000.
Yeah, so when we did water modeling, Jeff Meyer, who is with, what is the name of his company? Western Hydrologics. So he did modeling based on the reservoir, and he has, through his modeling process, he said that we could transfer up to 3,000 acre feet without seeing much impact on the water supply levels. I think it's 1 year in like 20 years where we can't transfer that much, as long as we don't do it every year. So we can do it every other year, 3,000 acre feet. So that's why we included more than 2,000. We don't have a number yet. So, and I will definitely be coming back to you with any numbers.
Okay.
We did model those 2,000, the 2,500 and the 3,000 just to see how they would work within the system. So I don't have a number for you.
Okay.
Director McDonald.
Yeah. Anyway, I look at these numbers, the graph, it looks good to me. But in water districts, speak, when you refer to 10th percentile, in terms of that, is that the same thing as 10% of the time? Can you explain that in the layman's terms for the audience and to clarify for myself?
Yeah, so we looked at, I think is it 90 years?
30 years.
30 years, sorry. So we look at 30 years and we count how many times it's over a certain number. And that is the 10th percentile. So in 10%, it's over this number. So it's not necessarily the 10% of like the average. It's so.
It's 10% of the time.
But it's not of an average though. If it's how many times it hits a certain threshold. And then the next one is the next threshold. So, when you look at like percentiles in school grades, if you get like a 95% in the class, you may be in the 3rd percentile because only 3 people have done it. So it's not the 5% or the 95%, it's how many times it's hit that number.
Okay.
I know it's confusing and I'm sorry.
It's statistics.
That's why it's statistics, yeah.
Director Saunders.
So,
are you done?
if they, the best way to show it is if we could change it into a bell curve, where you see a curve where it shows, and then you can, see if it's a skewed curve or not. So you can see where the middle of the curve is and it has a different shape. And
Bell curve.
that gives you a better look at the percentile.
So the 10th is this, and the 95 is there, and the
As it
50s.
comes up, you
Okay.
get that little piece.
Oh,
So the majority of it's underneath the bell and the, yeah.
okay, thanks.
Did you have something to say? Sure.
I think that was a really good analogy.
Okay, good.
Oh, I'm bad with Melvin over here today.
I know he's mumbling over here, so, are there any director comments? Any public comments? Great. Do we have an action to do on this? Because
I think the action is, if
Just-
you, should I
if it's to
continue
move
to
forward or not
pursue
to
this?
move
Yeah,
forward?
move forward and continue to pursue it or stop.
So, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I say, we continue to move forward. We still have plenty of time to go before we get there. And, this is one of our tools to help, keep the rates down for next year. So we should keep this tool in our tool belt.
And at this point, it's not committal.
Yes.
I
Are
second,
you guys mumbling or are you gonna speak up?
I second that.
Thank you,
My ears are clogged.
Non-mumbled second.
thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Think. All right, we're up to E.
Thank you. This wasn't, oh, am I ready?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. This is an item that was requested by Director Thornborough. And he asked if we would consider paying off the Walton Treatment Plant loan and then have a further examination of account fund 120. The loan is currently, excuse me, sits in the amount of 128,825 remaining. We looked at whether or not to remove money from our investments and pay off this loan. In doing the research with our optimized investment partners, the third-party consultant that we utilize, CEO David Bilby provided a statement to us that we would lose approximately $7,250 if we paid off the loan today. And that is because of the percentage of the loan is at 2.25%. Currently, we are still making over 4.5% or so on average. So the recommendation is to not pay off the loan. And then we can do a little quick examination of the fund. It's the balance sheet is attached to this, and you can see some notes from Jessica. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer the questions that are located on the fund examination. There's a little bit of a convoluted fund because we have more than one loan that is within this fund. And that is why there's multiple line items, but also multiple, the numbers are a little bit confusing. And part of what is in the fund is what we've paid into the loans, not how much we have like set aside to pay off these loans, but what we've actually paid to these loans. So I will stop there and see if there's any questions.
Any director comments? I would hope so.
Yeah.
Director Thornborough.
Well, the split came about when, some time ago, I was running a check for the payment, which is $25,000, only $25,000. I think twice a year.
I think so.
And it's right around 25. So anyway, I asked Jessica about, some information on that loan, and there's kind of an error on this sheet here, it appears to me, on the page 1 of 2, where it says the loan, they entered into a loan in the amount of 128,000. The loan amount was actually 400,000 in 2010.
That's a typo, I'm sorry. Currently the loan sits at one.
That's what the payoff is now.
Yeah.
So at the time when I was talking to Jessica about it, she said, maybe we should just pay this thing off, because the balance owed was 128,000. So, I didn't know the interest, one way or the other and all that other sort of thing. And I also had a concern about, well, is this going to affect us getting grants because we have this liability? And there was another reason that it was a liability, and I can't remember what it was. My brain's not working totally.
Can I answer that while you're thinking?
Yes.
It does not affect us getting grants.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
so the state revolving funds, even if we were to get another loan, these wouldn't affect us getting loans.
Okay, and so there's also some confusion in this that you brought up. Well, we're gonna do one at a time.
Sure.
That's what I wanted, was actually 2 items. So now I'm seeing this information, which is great. It's more information than I had at the time. And I just wanted to put it to the board and see what they thought. I figured, no harm in doing that. Maybe, paying it off was the smart thing to do, but now you look at a difference in interest rates, what we're earning and what, we're paying on that loan. I don't think we should pay it off, so.
And any other director comment? Director Saunders?
And this is one of the things that as you start moving further out from when you start getting a loan, we lose the institutional origin of stuff. So remember, this was, I think the assessment was like $7 on the bill, so it was like $14, I think, bi-monthly paying in. So when you look at the amount that was going in, that's another reason why we see the payments are so low, because we weren't really putting a lot into it. And that's where there's not really a pot. And if there was a pot, we looked at this in the finance committee when I was on the finance committee, and there wasn't a pot.
On the finance committee.
Well, when I was not a board member, I was a regular citizen on the finance committee. We looked at that pot as well, and I think it was around maybe 300,000 then, and it was the way that it was filling up. We said at that time it probably wasn't wise to pay it off at the time. And now with more information where we're actually investing, I guess we can, save on that money.
Okay.
Any more,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering, is there any more director comment? I have a question after that.
I would agree with what the staff said, they don't see any benefit to pay off the loan or anything. But I appreciate the analysis and the look at that, you know, that, I think it's prudent to look.
Yeah,
I respect that.
I just wanted to, you know, like I told Jessica, I said, no, you know what, I'm gonna take this to the board. Well, actually, I didn't make the decision then, I made the decision when I was reading the rate study. And the rate study showed this reserve, and it was saying the account balance, and that account balance and the balance of the loan was on the rate study, and I saw that, and I saw that $1.2 million approximately. I went, what the hell is this? So that's part we're gonna get into after we get this first part done, I would say.
Okay, so any more comments, because I have a question.
Can I add just one comment, and I don't mean to interrupt what you're gonna say, but I would like to keep this as an item that I can bring back at a later date if interest rates do this. And then cause this goes till 2030, and if, say, 2028, it goes here, maybe it would behoove us to pay this off early. And so if you'll allow me to bring this back at a later date when interest rates level out,
Well,
I think.
that's always an option.
That's what should be happening.
Yeah.
And the question I have, when I heard that we as ratepayers are paying a certain amount towards this, is that what I'm hearing? $8. So in well, that's fine. And so in 2030, basically that $8 goes away off our bills. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, it's not on the bill.
It's not on the bills, it's just.
It is on our bill. That's what I'm trying to get.
It's not on your bill. The only thing on your bill is Sweetwater. Sweetwater is a special assessment that's on your bill.
Okay,
This is factored into the base charge.
but if it gets paid off, then that becomes another, number that's has no business being there. That's an added factor.
So it's something that you as a board would come back and determine whether or not in 2030, you need to reassess or readdress the base charge.
Put that down as, what we gotta do in 2030 if any of us are here.
Yeah, so we'll have the rate study in 2030, so it'll be a
So that'd
perfect
be
time.
great stay, but that needs to be flagged so we don't lose it.
Can't wait to do that again.
If, did you hear the preference? If any of us are here,
No.
got that?
I'm on the
Okay.
rate study, not you all.
Or you guys done? Good.
So it was on the original $8, but then when they redid this last rate study before this one, that got all incorporated.
Yeah,
So originally, we paid $8.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. We need a motion to
Not do anything?
not do anything.
I'll make a
And
motion
or,
to not pay it off.
well, wouldn't you say not pay it off, but
Well, let's follow in the staff recommendation. Do we need to word it like that, or?
I don't think we need a motion.
well, but we want to have it come back and if there's an interest change. We want to give staff direction in some way.
I just had a comment. If the average maturity of the bonds that it's invested in is 5 years and the loan's paid off in 5 years, odds are we're gonna be getting above that 2.25 or 5% for the next 5 years, so it probably won't even come up. So
Okay, make the motion.
I make a motion that we take staff's recommendation to not do anything now and look back as they're monitoring it for some.
Possibly bring it back.
Possibly bring it back for some, if the rates do change for some unforeseen reason.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All, any opposed? Ding ding. Okay, we got Walton Road done.
Wait, we're not done with it.
Sure.
Yeah, we don't hear your vote.
You want me to stand up and yell?
We're just saying.
Hi, you guys.
You keep track of stuff.
Yeah, we keep track of stuff.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We are up to 8F, Board of Contract to Dave Stringer.
I think Director Thornborough had.
No.
That's not on
This is
here.
why I wanted separate items.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
pretty
It's not
insistent on
listed.
getting separate items. we still have to deal with this examination of account fund 120 revolving fund.
The information is not here.
It's in all these where Nick was saying the numbers are confusing as hell, and he was absolutely right.
The sheet is at the bottom. Part of the problem with this fund examination and why it's confusing is much of this information comes from mom. And when it was placed into the Tyler system, it's put in as it's a liability and I agree with you. It is as confusing as hell. But it is how much we've paid to the into the loans. It's not how much is like in a reserve account. So I'm gonna try to answer your questions the best I can.
Well, let me first state what my issues are and how this whole thing came about. Like I said, when I was reading the rate study, it showed these reserves that we must keep, we must maintain, and that was part of figuring out the rates. And so when I saw that, and so I come in here, and I said, you know, what is this $1.2 million? And I got a variety of different reasons for what it was, and it turns out they were false. Here's my issue. To me, my question was, where did this money come from and why is it there? And so I says, to me, it feels like deja vu of what happened to the ALT customers, oddly, for the $1.2 million, were they overcharged by this $1.2 million? Now, if money is taken out of like operating expenses, other kind of stuff, and just sitting in this account, you know, why? You know, and so, I mean, that amount of money could have been going towards saving the customers money on the rates. Why is it there? Now, Jessica was able to find out, she went and did a deep dive into it, and she was able to find out that some time ago, quite a while ago, somebody made a journal entry to put that money in that account. Now, we don't know where it came from. The last I heard, we don't know where it came from. We don't know why it was put in there. And so it's kind of like, you know, it's hidden. And then the compound things, because this has gone back many years, the compound things, I think I was talking to you and you pointed out the fact that, yeah, when you started looking at this finances years ago, that there was like $1 million missing, you know, and you said, oh, maybe that's where it is, you know. So anyway, my issue is, you know, if you can't just make it, I'm not a CPA, but to my knowledge about accounting, you cannot just make a journal entry and say, boom, there's this $1.2 million. If you're going to credit one account, you got to debit another. So I want to know what this money's doing there. Now I was told that, oh, well, you know, we'll get into that part later, but it's like, there's mention, I don't know what the AWR has anything to do with this, because I asked Jessica, on another separate thing. I noticed when I was signing checks that, you know, I knew we had taken out a loan for the meters, yet I hadn't seen any invoices or checks, you know, to make payments on that loan. And so I asked Jessica, I says, how come, you know, where'd we take this loan out? You know, so I haven't seen anything about it for a really long time, or at all rather. So she told me that it was added to the ALT loan. Okay, so it was added to that. And so I go, oh, okay, which of course raises other questions. So at one point, you know, Nick told me, so, oh, it's because the ALT was added to it. Well, that makes absolutely no sense, because the ALT loan was at 1.7 million. How could the payoff only be $200,000? So anyway, there's a lot of unanswered questions. And I want to know where it comes from, why is it in there? You got a loan that has a balance of $200,000 and you have almost $1.2 million sitting there, just sitting there. Now, true, it is part of our big investment and all that sort of thing. Okay, but where did it come from? And why is that much money sitting in an account that only has a balance of 200,000?
Do we need this to go back to staff and come back as a separate item and have this clarified?
Can I offer what we're planning to do? So we have several, this isn't like in an account that's not being able to be invested or whatever. This is, we have a big bucket of money,
Right.
and this is one of the little buckets. So we have a bunch of little buckets that we plan to bring back during the budgeting process to have the board, reorganize, clear out, and then there was a request to have an emergency fund bucket added within our bucket. So we have a bunch of kind of reserve accounts that we need to clean up. This isn't the only one. We have a CABI grant, reserve bucket that's kind of sitting in there still. I have a whole list of them. And so we plan to bring this back and have these funds kind of reallocated back into either the general reserve fund or put into a different reserve fund. And that is part of the budgeting process we're working on.
Okay, and that's all well and good, but I still wanna know where it came from and why it's sitting there. I understand it's part of the big bucket that's already been covered in here, the interest rate we're getting on the investment. I get all that. Okay, but where did it come from? Okay, my point being is that last time this happened, the 1.2 million was hanging in an account for ALT. You know, it was because their customers isn't being overcharged. And so everybody remembers that whole fiasco. And so to me, this is deja vu. Okay, this $1.2 million, could have had a bearing on our customers' rates. And if this 1.2 million was taken up from customers' rates, from the revenue from customers' rates, and kind of stashed over here, not going to operating expenses, not going to CIP or any of the other things, not going to reserves, well, obviously that reserve it is. It don't sit right with me, and I want answers to it.
So we needed to come back and get the answer. Is that what we're asking?
Okay, let's do that.
There you go.
Well, they need to know where I'm coming from, so they know what to go and
Yeah,
do.
they need to know the question.
Exactly.
Right. So that's what we're,
I will bring back, can I bring back all of the reserve accounts and include this as?
I wanna know
just that one.
just this one. I wanna focus on this one. I don't wanna lump in with other things. A journal entry was made and that somehow the system allowed that journal entry to put this money in there, even though it didn't come from anywhere. We don't know where it came from.
Sure. I will do the best that I can.
I want it to be as simplified as possible.
I don't think it will be that, but I will do the best that I can.
All right.
Do we need a motion to get this? Or
I have it as
just gonna go?
a director request. I will put that down.
Okay, and you'll get the list at the end of the meeting anyway.
We make our own list.
It's okay, I'm gonna make another list so it's documented in the minutes.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So what's the minutes gonna say?
Bring back information and examine, account fund 120 revolving fund.
Questions based on Director Thornborough's inquiry. That kind of makes sense.
Okay, you good with that?
I'm good with that.
I love being a secretary.
All right, you're doing a fine job.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
Yeah, it needs to be clarified. How about bring the loan documents, the whole schmear for it? Everything.
Right.
Whatever's gonna clear this up and clarify it.
Yeah.
Okay. No motion needs to be done. We're up to, is that 9?
Tree.
8F. Oh, go back to the 3, sorry.
Thank you, Madam President. This is to award a contract to Dave's Tree Works and Forest Management Service for hazard fuel reduction. This is part of the Fire Safe on the Divide project. The contract we're asking to enter in is to not exceed $455,700. This is going to be paid for using the grant funds that we received from CAL FIRE. There is a couple of caveats. We did include all of the RFP and all responses. This is the lowest responsible bid. And I use the word responsible as a really key word in there. Some of the bidders did not bid on the entire project and left specific items that we asked off. And so that is why this bid is slightly higher than other bids, but it is still the lowest responsible bid. Dave's is a local company. We've utilized them in the past. And they seem to do really good work for us, and we really appreciate the work we've done with them in the past. If Adam has anything he'd like to add, myself, Adam, and Robert Galliano, were the grading. We graded the applications based on criteria that is laid out in the RFP. The Dave's was number 1 on Adams, number 1 on Roberts, and number 2 on mine. So we feel that they are the best candidate for the job. The approximate work will be 230 acres of clearing with tree felling and lots of other work that they'll be doing within the project area. So Adam, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. I guess, so, you know, we kind of does, I guess, a couple things, sorry. So the grant did a lot, $690,000 for this portion of the project. And then we kind of broke it up between, they had a per acre cost, and they had a hazard tree removal cost. So that's how we come up with 2 different numbers. And there's $365,700 for per acre cost, and then $375 per hour. And we assume 240 hours of hazardous tree work, or $90,000, which obviously if we come to a point where we're getting to that number, we would come back and, explain where we're at and where we're at on the project at that time. But we still have, almost $200,000. We're still under the grant allotment.
Board comments, Director Thornborough.
I haven't read, I sorry to admit, but I haven't read through this whole thing as far as the RFP and everything. I just wasn't able to, and so they're gonna take everything out. The trees are gonna be hauled out, or they're gonna be chipped, stumps are gonna be removed, I mean, everything.
Some of it we chipped on site, I believe.
Yeah, oh yeah, I guess.
Mastication and stuff like that.
But it'll be all smoothed out,
Yeah.
not a big mound of chips.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
And and when you do have time to go through the RFP, it has a full prescription plan in there that they responded to that outlines exactly how they process each tree, the size of tree, brush, all those different parameters are in there. I don't know all of them.
Okay.
Director Stovall.
It looks like to me the district will be in possession of a tremendous amount of forestry products, so there's be chipped or oaks and rounds or something. Should it be the board's recommendation of how to use that as income, or how to utilize that as a?
Well, it's really only
positive?
trees 14 inches or less. There's
14 inches, yeah.
Yeah, so those they would be masticated. And
So you're gonna masticate 14-inch oaks?
That's how it is scoped out in the plan, yeah.
And then do what?
Because I see that as something that could be added value to the district. I'd love to buy some oak rounds 14 inches.
I mean, there's definitely some option. Sorry.
Director McDonald.
You never know, sometimes these companies will harvest those trees and sell the wood off themselves unless you stipulate. There's $502,000 left from the grant, and that's gonna be used for equipment, right?
We already purchased that, so there's only about 200,000 left after this.
200,000?
Yeah.
And then as part of this, there's overage, 10% for
For this project,
for this
yes.
project, okay.
That's part of our purchasing policy. If we need to go slightly over the 455,000, we have a 10% buffer.
Yeah, and DBH here is at diameter breast height. So that's the 14-inch they measure. And finally, I've had the opportunity to work with Dave in the past, and by far, he's really excellent. And he was the best bid on the work that I did with him, with all the licenses and insurances. Even though compared to others that didn't have these guarantees. So I really enjoyed working with them too. So for whatever that's worth, that's all I have.
Director Saunders.
Yeah, I was just gonna add, some of this is on, private property and easement, so I don't know, what is the, I know there was a contract they signed, so what is the contract in terms of, the stuff that, people, on people's property?
I guess, what do you, be more specific in your question, I'm trying to.
So, like the 14-inch round, so if it's on, I know we have an easement to cut it, but once we take it, are we allowed to, use those, the wood, or does it stay the way?
Well, I think there can be definitely like each private property owner, you know, they could, you know, be like, hey, you know, if we, they typically, you know, look, they'll massate the small stuff while it's staying, they'll cut some other stuff, so it could be like a simple, hey, leave that tree and I'll take those rounds, you know, for the private property owner. Or leave after it's cut, you know, it could be that simple, yeah.
And to answer Director Stovall's question, we will address any liability concerns if we can donate, sell, do whatever we can with the forestry products. I don't know yet.
Yeah.
What we can do. We have some other materials that may arise in the future that I think the concern is people, we live in a litigious society. And we don't want to have anything, even if it's seen as we're doing a good deed, we don't want to have that come back and
Resulted in injuries. I understand.
Dr. Thornborough.
Typically in contracts like this, the contractor will look at what's there and they may count on, okay, this is gonna give us some more income, you know, as part of this whole thing. I don't think, I'm worried about liability. If staff is out there cutting up firewood and that sort of thing, there's a liability to that.
Yeah.
Plus, there's an expense with that that's not being covered by the grant. So I think as much as, I mean, I would love to have some more firewood, but I think that we need to kind of just give it over to them and say, okay, you're responsible for it. We don't want to get mingled in with their operation or any of that sort of stuff. I'd be real concerned about that.
And if you go through their contract, it looks like, they talk about it. Not so much given away, but their insurance covers them,
Right.
not anybody else that goes out and decides they're gonna cut wood in the middle of, in between their days maybe or something. And then it becomes another liability we don't wanna take on. So,
But I think when they were talking about, when Michael was talking about the private property, I think there's probably an option, you know, to ask the homeowner, say, hey, you want this wood? That way they don't have to haul it off, they don't have to mulch it, they don't have to do anything with it. And they can just leave it there. I think that might be an option.
they better sign that over and so it doesn't come and bite them or us.
Right.
Because that is what it happened with a lot of the PG&E work. Where it was coming back and they were dropping trees and, oh, I want this, and then when it gets dropped, they don't want it, and then they're.
Yeah.
It's a big fiasco, so we want,
But that would
I
be up
guess-
to them. That would be up to Dave's.
well, that's what I'm saying, but we need to make sure, Dave,
They
make
understand
sure, make sure that we don't wanna get caught in the middle. Oh, we want it, but now we don't want it.
And there was,
Dr. McDonald, I'll get it right. I don't know why I'm stuttering on you,
I was-
like Mitch.
Yeah, after a year or two, I was still working on it too. It was really, at PG&E, it was 100 foot. If it was within 100 feet, they would move it away, for instance. If it was 101 feet, then they let it lay in the forest. So you might want to find out about that. And then there's private land, there's GPUD ownership, and then there's common areas too. That might not just be private ownership, but there'll be common areas with an ALT that's, you know, nobody, you know, they'll just let it be. Yeah, so there's might be 3 different types of land.
It's different, it's a little different than PG&E, but PG&E is just like clear cutting, you know, they're cutting mature trees, they're not taking mature trees down. You know, so that's the difference, right?
Okay.
So we're not gonna have, you know, 36-inch round trees there.
Okay.
It's just, that's not gonna be a thing.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
more ladder trees.
yeah.
Are you guys done?
Yep.
Public comment.
Where's
Mr.
the
Dowd,
location out of these trees coming down?
They're all over the
if
district.
you looked in the
There's a map
board
in there.
packet,
And what he doesn't get.
Okay, has anybody?
there's pictures, there's photographs, areas.
I was just up at Stumpy Meadows the other day, and right across from the boat ramp is that hillside that burnt from the King Fire. And all them dead snags, they all burnt and died. It's like 100 or 1,000 of them, I don't know. Are those gonna come down? Because they're gonna come down real quick. They're all rotting.
Not the gravity project, you know.
One wind and they're gonna be in the lake. Will all fall down and it's all headed right towards the lake. And that'll be a mess. So they're gonna do any work up there?
This project does not cover that now.
Oh,
That's not bad.
No. Sheree?
Well, since this Dave guy is gonna be your contractor, I'm assuming you should have something signed with every property owner.
You do? Yes.
Okay, all right.
You write agreements with every property.
Yeah, because the fire safe council is
Who's signing for?
running into some people who
You
don't
all
want to
voted on it, I brought it to
sign.
you.
Not run into
Should
that.
ask them.
Sign.
Yeah, ask the question.
Well, some people won't sign it because they don't
I
want
think
that.
I signed it.
Yeah, no, there's definitely
Signed
ones that
it.
didn't want it, yeah.
And you can go ahead and still do it.
No,
Oh, okay.
no.
But these are mostly around the treatment, the tanks and stuff like that.
Yeah, mostly around the tanks and some of the canal.
And
Right.
yeah, okay.
Anybody else? Okay. Any other questions? Do we have a motion to accept or deny Dave's free?
I make a motion that we accept Dave's tree service and hazardous fuel reduction incorporated to do the work for Georgetown Public District. That's a pretty long name.
Hazardous fuel reduction for the fire safe management on the divide project,
Yes,
not to exceed 455,700.
and authorize the general manager to negotiate and execute contract change orders in an aggregate amount not to exceed $45,570, which is 10% for the project.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. Next one,
Then
board request for additional to future meeting.
What?
Is that a yes or a no?
Board requests.
Was there already? Yep.
Yeah. It's not 7
We moved it up in front of closed
Are
session.
you done or was it my turn?
I'm done. I don't,
Anybody have anything? Okay, Adam is to get the as-built for the Sweetwater plant. We want dates on the grant page. During the budgeting phase, we're gonna be discussing those, the Canby and the other funds to clean up those. And bring back the account fund 120 information as an agenda item based on Director Thornborough's inquiries. Any additions?
And I did send an email for the last agenda item, so
Are we waiting till April?
whenever it's can be.
But it's at the earliest next meeting, so.
Okay. Is that it? Anybody else? Any public comment? No? I guess, we have a motion to adjourn.
We're not adjourning.
We're not adjourning.
Closed session.
But you have to take public comment in the closed session before you go in, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, do I have any public comment on the closed session?
Just that one that's
Three?
the Arsena. It says asbestos. I can't find any summary. Is that asbestos pipe?
The lawsuit, this is all public section, it's essentially, it's a mass for asbestos allegation, it's not specific at all.
Oh,
There's a lot of defendants.
oh, more than just the George and Christie.
It's all public.
No, I wasn't thinking about, I was just pushing my leg.
You're kicking me.
No, sorry.
No, it's just all public, it's just at this, it's a shotgun, we call shotgun defendants.
Yeah.
It's throwing everything against the wall. And,
And Brian's the main,
everyone that potentially was in the stream.
so that's why all these other water districts and these other things are adding on to it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You don't know what's gonna stick. Cause it's when, for mass tort claims like this, you're not really sure who's the culprit, so you sue everybody.
Okay, so the guy died in January. He was 52 years
I'm
old.
aware of that.
It's like,
Yeah,
was it from asbestos?
yeah.
Cause he's a relative of somebody that's lived.
Oh,
here.
okay,
Bill or Simmons.
interesting.
So, Walker Road.
Well, he's up here, he's been here for years, but they're from Alameda County.
Oh,
so that's why I
interesting.
think it's kind of weird.
Small world.
Yeah,
Of course, handsome home.
and George must be his nephew. The only thing I could, sorry. Okay.
Okay. If there are no more public comment, we will be adjourning to closed session at 4:59 p.m.
Can we take a recess?
Yeah.
There you go.
This is,
Hey, hold on, it's buffering. Go ahead.
this is, we're returning from closed session at 9:02. And, we have nothing to report out. Could I have, well, there's no public, so I have no public comment.
Next meeting.
Next meeting is April something, sixth, third, sorry. Next meeting is April 3rd. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Dang.